true Home Alone horror. This story totally happened in the suburbs of New Orleans during Halloween 2010. I was sent this to me by a viewer. I just want you to hear the story, not make it happen. It was very dangerous, and my following story is the tragic end of 4 people: Sophronia, Wilder, Eulalia, and Frost. Frost performed a spirit summoning ritual out of curiosity. The story may have some shortcomings, please understand. And here's the Halloween horror ritual true horror story. Soon after returning from the abandoned house, Sophronia thought that if she just tried to forget everything, her life would return to normal. But on the first night, as she was getting ready for bed, a strange scratching sound came from the window. At first, Sophronia thought it was just the sound of tree branches hitting the glass because of the strong wind, but the scratching sound kept repeating, as if someone was deliberately trying to attract her attention. Wilder has always been a confident and carefree person, but after the night of the seance, he realizes that he has made a terrible mistake. It all started with the sound of footsteps in the middle of the night, clearly the sound of heavy shoes on wooden floors. Wilder jumped up and searched the apartment, but found no one. Still, the footsteps continued to echo as the night wore on. Eulalia tried to ignore it all, believing that as long as she didn't pay attention, everything would pass. But she was wrong. One morning, when she woke up, she found herself lying in the middle of a circle of blood. Surrounded by symbols identical to the ritual they had performed. With no memory of how she got there, Eulalia began to panic. Frost, the mastermind of the ceremony, understood the dangers of what they had done. Once home, he began searching for a way to break the curse, but all Frost's efforts only led him down darker paths. Ancient books, mysterious forums, all give warnings. Once the ritual is broken, there is no way to escape the punishment of the spirit. 3 days before the ceremony, on a cold Halloween night, 4 friends, Frost, Sophronia, Wilder, Eulalia, gather in an abandoned house on the outskirts of New Orleans. The house has been vacant for years, is notorious for its ghostly stories, and seems like the perfect place for their crazy idea to perform a seance. Frost, the master of ceremonies and the most superstitious of the group, had found an ancient ritual on a dark web forum. The ritual required the use of mysterious symbols drawn in blood and strange incantations. Although the others were a little uneasy, they decided to go ahead, treating it as a Halloween prank. Wilder, with a confident smile, joked, "We're going to summon a cute ghost, not a demon, so don't worry." Frost, Sophronia, and Eulalia laughed, but their smiles quickly faded as the ritual began. They drew strange patterns on the ground with their blood. The air in the room grew heavy, and the howling wind outside the window made them shiver. Frost chanted the incantations aloud, his voice echoing in the dark room. As soon as the last incantation was uttered, Eulalia's flashlight went out, and the room was plunged into darkness. Footsteps echoed on the rotten wooden floor, though no one moved. Sophronia felt as if someone was standing right behind her, breathing heavily and leaning close to her ear. "Hear that?" Sophronia whispered, her voice trembling. Immediately, the old wooden doors suddenly swung open, creating a deafening sound. Wilder, always the fearless one, began to lose his cool. "This isn't funny," he shouted, his eyes darting around to find the prankster. But everyone sat still, terrified of what was happening. Eulalia saw something move in the corner of the room, a tall, thin, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. She screamed in horror. Wilder, unable to bear it any longer, rushed forward and kicked away the candle that was placed in the middle of the circle. The ritual was broken in an instant. Frost shouted, "Wilder, don't break the ritual." But it was too late. The blood symbols began to melt strangely, and the room shook. The air became so stuffy that they could hardly breathe. A shrill laugh rang out from the darkness, as if someone had been released. Frost sensed the presence, a vengeful spirit. Gathering her courage, Sophronia walked to the window and drew back the curtains. In the dim light from the street lamp, she saw a dark figure standing silently outside the door, tall and thin, with glowing red eyes staring straight at her. She screamed and backed away, but when she turned around, she realized that the walls of the room were covered with scratches, just like the marks of sharp nails. From then on, Sophronia suffered from insomnia. She felt like she was being watched everywhere, in the bathroom, in the dark under her bed, and even when she went out. Her friends and family didn't believe her, thinking it was just post-traumatic stress disorder. Sophronia gradually lost control and became severely paranoid. She eventually locked herself in a small room, eyes wide open, and constantly muttering about a pair of red eyes watching her from every corner. No one could pull her out of her obsession, and her life was forever plunged into darkness and fear. During the day, the furniture in the apartment was constantly being moved from its original position. When Wilder stood in front of the mirror, he saw blood drawings identical to the ritual they had performed, clearly imprinted on the glass surface. These images appeared not just once, but more and more densely on the walls, on the doors, and even on the floor. One night, Wilder decided to escape from the apartment. But when he opened the door, the shadow from the ritual appeared before his eyes, the same thing Eulalia had seen in the corner of the abandoned house. Wilder screamed and turned back inside, the door slamming behind him. From then on, Wilder never dared to leave the house again, locking himself within its four walls. He lived in constant fear, disconnected from the outside world, a prisoner of himself. Whispers echoed in Eulalia's head, strange and threatening. As the days passed, the voices grew louder, never allowing her to sleep or rest. Eulalia lost track of time and reality. Sometimes she found herself in another place, a dark world filled with twisted figures and eerie laughter. No longer able to distinguish between reality and fantasy, Eulalia completely lost herself. She was trapped in a vortex of paranoia, each day like an endless nightmare, never to wake up. One night, while standing in front of a mirror, Frost noticed his reflection had changed. The face in the mirror was no longer his. It was another version, with a cold smile and dark, deep eyes. The shadow in the mirror began to move independently, smirking at Frost and whispering terrible things. Frost collapsed, knowing he had lost himself completely. Every time he looked into the mirror, he could no longer see himself, only a black shadow with empty eyes. Eventually, he was engulfed in madness, never to escape the spiral of darkness and despair. All four, in one way or another, fell victim to the spirits they had summoned. Each was imprisoned in their own separate horror, forever unable to escape. No one knew of the strange ritual they had performed, and no one understood why they had disappeared so quietly from their world. The friends who had once enjoyed each other's company were now mere shadows of fear, forever punished by a world they should never have touched. Halloween 2010 had ended, but their nightmare had only just begun, and it would never end. The Cursed Necklace. In a small town in the north of America, as Halloween approaches, Emily Anderson, a 22-year-old girl, eagerly prepares for the festival. She always loved the festive atmosphere with costumes and ghost stories. One afternoon, when she returned home from her overtime work, Emily found a small package on her doorstep. The box was from Maggie, her best friend from high school, who lived in another state. Inside was a silver necklace with an old coin pendant, worn and covered in rust. The strange symbols engraved around the edge of the coin made Emily feel a momentary chill. But thinking that this was just a normal gift, she quickly smiled and put it around her neck. Emily had no idea that, from that moment on, she had unwittingly opened the door for a dark entity. Just a few hours after wearing the bracelet, Emily began to feel strange. In her quiet apartment, she heard whispers so soft they were almost imperceptible, as if someone was talking right behind her. When she turned around, of course, there was no one. That night, while sleeping, Emily was startled awake by a noise. A knock sounded from the corner of the room. She turned on the light and saw her wardrobe open. The clothes inside seemed to have been pulled down, scattered on the floor. But in a locked apartment, how could a stranger have broken in? She reassured herself that it was just the wind and told herself not to worry. However, the following nights, the strange phenomenon not only did not stop, but became more terrifying. Every time she closes her eyes, Emily finds herself trapped in a strange dream. She is lost in a dark forest, surrounded by the sound of rustling footsteps chasing after her. The figure of a woman with long, disheveled hair slowly emerged from the darkness. The woman's face had no eyes, only empty, bleeding eye sockets. Emily ran, but her feet felt like they were stuck in the mud as the woman got closer and closer. Just as she was about to scream, Emily woke up with a start. She was drenched in sweat, her heart pounding in her chest. But the nightmare didn't end there. Its traces seemed to extend into real life. One morning, Emily discovered bruises on her arms that matched the handprints of someone who had grabbed her. Emily became haggard and pale. Friends and colleagues noticed that she was becoming more withdrawn and disconnected from the world around her. Nick, a close friend who lived nearby, was concerned about Emily's condition. When he saw the strange necklace around her neck, he felt uneasy. Nick suggested she take it off, but Emily shook her head. "I can't. Every time I try to take it off, it feels like someone is squeezing my neck." Nick decided to investigate the origins of the necklace. After some digging on the internet, he found an article about a coin that looked exactly like Emily's pendant. It had belonged to a witch who had been executed in the 17th century. The woman had cursed the coin, swearing that her spirit would haunt whoever owned it, dragging them into darkness forever. A stormy night. Emily texted Nick, "I feel something coming. I'm scared. Please come here." Nick drove to Emily's apartment, but when he got there, the front door was wide open, and it was dark and eerily cold inside. He walked in, calling Emily's name, but only the echo of his own voice answered. Nick went upstairs and found Emily sitting on the bedroom floor, her whole body shaking, her face completely bewildered. "You can't be here," Emily whispered. "It's here. It's right behind you." Nick turned, and at that moment, the lights went out. In the darkness, he felt a cold hand touch his shoulder. A chilling whisper sounded right next to his ear. "You cannot escape." Nick pulled Emily up and tried to lead her out of the apartment. But each step felt like she was being pulled back, not by air or gravity, but by something invisible that was holding them back. Emily began to sob, mumbling, "I don't want to stay here. I don't want to." When Nick finally got Emily out the door, she passed out on his shoulder. He felt her arms loosen, and the coin pendant fell to the ground with a cold clang. Emily was taken to the hospital, but she was never really the same again. She lived in a constant state of panic, afraid of something no one could see. Her room door was always closed, and she never spoke of what happened that night. Nick, tormented by his failure to save Emily, decides to take the necklace far away. He drives to a deserted lake and throws it into the deep, deep water, hoping the curse will be buried forever under the cold water. But that night, as he returned home, Nick heard a familiar whisper from the darkness. "I told you. You can't escape." A cold breath hit the back of his neck, and when Nick turned around, the living room mirror reflected. Not him, but the empty, bloodshot eyes of the woman Emily had met. The Last Discoverer. Thomas Anderson has always prided himself on his ability to explore places that others avoid. From old asylums to abandoned cemeteries, he has walked through them all without fear. For him, ghost stories were just a game of the weak imagination. There were no ghosts, no demons, and everything could be explained scientifically. However, the abandoned St. Catherine's School, located deep in the wild woods of Pennsylvania, held a strange attraction for Thomas. Rumor has it that anyone who enters the school never returns. Some say they see shadows in the windows at night, but no one dares to verify. It's all just a rumor, and for Thomas, it's a chance to test his limits once again. That night, as a thick fog settled over the forest, Thomas arrived at the gates of St. Catherine's School. An eerie silence fell. No wind, no night animals. Just deep darkness and an ancient schoolhouse with broken windows, like soulless eyes watching him. He turned on his flashlight and stepped through the rusty gate. Underfoot, dry grass crunched. The air was cold and thick, like an invisible blanket. As soon as he entered, an indescribable feeling immediately enveloped Thomas, as if the school did not want him to leave. Just a mind trick, Thomas told himself, and continued walking toward the main building. But as his foot touched the stone steps, the flashlight flickered. In the moment the light went out, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the hallway, moving quickly. His heart pounded, but he smiled faintly. Just an illusion. Thomas refused to be shaken. He had been through similar situations many times and always survived. This school would be no different. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, leaving behind a single footprint, his own. Each step echoed like an endless sigh. There was no other sound, just him and the darkness. The strangeness began when he approached a classroom. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, everything looked as if it had just been left. The desks and chairs were still intact. The blackboard on the wall had faded old writing on it. But one thing stopped Thomas. The clock on the wall. The hands of the clock read 3:15 and did not move, as if time had stopped in this room. He walked in, but the door suddenly slammed shut behind him with a loud bang. Thomas rushed towards the door, trying to open it, but to no avail. "Are you kidding me?" He shouted, but only got an echo of his own voice. Everything suddenly became strangely quiet. Outside, the fog seemed to thicken, enveloping the school. Thomas turned on his flashlight and scanned the room. Suddenly, the light stopped on a blackboard where words he had never seen before appeared. "What is your name? Stay and learn with us." Thomas stepped back, his heart pounding. Who's writing there? He turned the flashlight around, but the room was empty. No one. As Thomas approached the board to examine the writing, the flashlight suddenly went out. The room was plunged into darkness, and he heard light footsteps somewhere behind him. Small, light footsteps, like those of a child. Shit! Thomas turned the flashlight back on, but as the light passed, a series of small black shapes appeared and disappeared into thin air. Blurry figures with empty eyes stared at him from a distance. He tried to open the door, but to no avail. The footsteps grew louder, surrounding him. A faint voice echoed in the darkness, like a creepy whisper from another world. "You will never leave." Thomas panicked. He pounded on the door, screaming for help, but his voice echoed off the cold walls. The room seemed to shrink, the air pressure making it hard to breathe. It felt like something invisible was closing in on him, pulling him down, forcing him to stay forever. He turned around, trying to find a way out, but the room was no longer the same. The old desks and chairs began to move. Small shadows gradually became clearer. Students with pale faces, sunken eyes, only two black eye sockets staring at him. "No, this is just an illusion, Thomas told himself, but the cold feeling seemed to have touched his skin. He tried to run out of the room, but the hallway seemed to stretch on forever. With each step he took, the hallway seemed to lengthen, the exit fading into the darkness. A few days later, friends and family had not heard from Thomas. They called the police, and a search party was sent to St. Catherine's School. When they entered, everything seemed eerily quiet. They found Thomas's backpack, his flashlight still lying on the floor, but no trace of him. The police searched the entire school, but all traces of Thomas seemed to disappear. They found only a desk in a classroom, and on the blackboard was a single message: "Welcome, new student." It is said that if one passes by the school at night, one can hear soft laughter echoing in the wind. The laughter of little spirits playing in the corridors, and if one listens closely, one can sometimes hear a man's lonely, desperate voice saying, "Don't go in. Don't come any closer." But for curious people like Thomas, that warning always comes too late. The school chose him, and now he is forever a part of it, blending into the darkness and the creepy laughter of students who never left this monstrous school. Spooky laughter from the basement. That night, in an abandoned house deep in suburban Indiana, the sky was dark, rain pounded on the roof, and cold winds whistled through rotten cracks. The house has been neglected for many years, and it has a gloomy look, as if it is hiding a terrible secret. Roy, a professional thief with a dark past, decides to break into the house. To him, this house is nothing more than an opportunity to loot antiques or jewelry that the previous owner may have left behind. Roy didn't believe in ghosts, and with his vast experience, he knew how to stay calm even in the most terrifying situations. He unlocked the back door with a few simple steps. The door swung open with a long, creaking sound. Roy stepped inside, his flashlight beam sweeping the old living room. Dust covered everything, but everything was intact. A grandfather clock had stopped, wooden chairs surrounded an old dining table, and in the corner was a long-disused stone fireplace. He quickly set to work, opening drawers and checking old boxes. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a picture frame on the mantelpiece. The picture showed a small family, a father, a mother, and a little boy of about 5 years old. Roy noticed something strange about the child's smile in the picture. It was both joyful and creepy. The child's eyes seemed to be looking straight at him, a deep and unreadable gaze. He shook his head, clearing away the unpleasant feeling, and continued his work. However, as he rummaged through the drawers, a strange sound came from the basement. It was a chuckle, small but clear, echoing in the darkness. Roy paused, the flashlight in his hand shaking. He listened, and then the laughter came again, closer this time, as if a child were hiding in the basement, laughing with delight at his own game. A chill ran down his spine, but Roy told himself it was probably just the wind coming through the cracks in the door. Determined not to let his paranoia get the better of him, Roy gripped his flashlight and headed for the stairs leading down to the basement. He shined his light down, but the darkness below was so thick that it swallowed the light. "Who's there?" He called out, but only his own echo answered. As he turned to leave, a soft sound of footsteps echoed from the basement, as if someone were ascending the stairs slowly and steadily. Roy jumped, tried to shine the flashlight down, but saw only darkness. The footsteps continued, getting closer. He began to panic. Without another second, Roy turned and ran, but just as he was about to leave the living room, the basement door behind him suddenly flew open. A giggle rang out, now clearer than ever, like a child frolicking in a strange glee. Roy quickened his pace, but he could clearly feel something chasing him. Small but quick footsteps echoed close behind him. It felt like someone was grabbing the hem of his shirt, pulling him back. As he neared the front door, the house lights suddenly turned on, illuminating the room with an eerie, pale yellow light. For a moment, Roy caught a glimpse of a small figure standing in the middle of the room, a boy with bright eyes and a mischievous smile. The boy waved at Roy, and in a flash, he disappeared into thin air, as if he had never existed. Roy screamed. He threw open the door and rushed out, falling down the steps. When he turned back, the house was in darkness, no sign of lights or the boy. Roy couldn't believe what he was seeing. He gasped, fear tightening in his chest. The rain continued to fall, cold and heavy. He tried to calm himself and leave the house as quickly as possible. But as he took a few steps, he sensed something strange. Amid the sound of the rain, he heard a familiar laugh, a chuckle, as if echoing from inside his own head. He turned his head to look at the house again. Everything was quiet, nothing unusual. But deep down, Roy knew that he was not the only one who had entered that house tonight. Something had awakened, and it did not want him to leave without a trace. The next morning, Roy went to a roadside cafe where he sat quietly in a corner, trying to calm his mind. He began to search for information about the house. Through some old newspaper articles, he discovered the horrifying story behind it. The house used to belong to the Thompson family. Their son, Tommy, had an accident in this house. While playing hide and seek with his parents, Tommy accidentally fell into the basement and got stuck there. The boy never returned. After the incident, his parents left the house, leaving everything as an indelible, painful memory. Roy never returned to the house again, but from that night on, he always felt like he was being watched. Wherever he was, he could hear the giggling echoing in his head, as if little Tommy were still playing hide and seek. And the worst part was, every night, when Roy closed his eyes, he could hear soft footsteps approaching his bed. The game wasn't over yet, and Tommy seemed to have decided that Roy would be his new playmate forever. Jack Mitchell had just had a long day at work, and all he wanted to do was spend Halloween night quietly in his small house. It was raining heavily outside. The wind was howling, making the space feel cold. He prepared some beer, his favorite French fries, and turned on his favorite horror movie to dispel the feeling of loneliness. Just in the middle of the movie, a gentle knock on the door sounded. Jack frowned. Who would be here at this hour? It was almost midnight, and his neighborhood was quiet. He opened the door, but there was only a sheet of rain outside. No one was there. Right on the porch, he picked up a small piece of paper. Under the dim light of the porch, a scribbled line appeared. First time I just typed it. Jack felt a little uncomfortable, but quickly thought it was a prank played by the neighborhood kids. He threw the paper in the trash and returned to the sofa, trying to forget the incident. But his mind began to tense up, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the door as if sensing something was wrong. The knocking was louder this time. It was no longer a polite knock, but a pounding sound, as if someone were trying to break the door down. Jack jumped up, his whole body cold. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and rushed to the door, throwing it open in the hope of catching the intruder. But outside the porch, there was only darkness. A cold wind blew across his face, accompanied by icy raindrops. Another piece of paper lay on the porch. The second time, I warn you. This time, Jack couldn't keep his composure any longer. He locked all the doors and windows, closed all the curtains, his heart pounding in his chest. He checked his phone. No signal. No way to call the police. No way to contact anyone. And then the third knock came, louder and more intense than ever. The door shook as if it were about to burst. Jack walked over to the window and gently pulled back a corner of the curtain. Under the dim yellow light, a tall, thin figure stood right in front of his door. He wore a long black cloak, the hood covering his face. But what terrified Jack the most was the large hammer in his hand. He stood still, silent, and then raised his head. The streetlights illuminated a cracked, crooked smile and a pair of bright eyes staring at Jack through the window. Jack's heart stopped for a moment. The person saw him. Jack jerked the curtains open and stepped back, breathing heavily. The knocking turned into a louder pounding, then stopped abruptly. In a few tense seconds of silence, Jack heard wet footsteps moving around the house. Glass shattered from the back window. Jack rushed to his bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it. He knew for sure that the man had been in the house. Everything was plunged into darkness as the lights went out. The only sound was the steady rain outside and the slow, heavy footsteps echoing in the hallway. Jack hid under the bed, his hand clutching the knife, his whole body trembling. The footsteps came closer. The bedroom door opened with an eerie creak and he entered. Jack bit his lip to keep from making a sound, but his every breath seemed to echo in the silence. He stood right next to the bed. The heavy iron hammer dragged across the wooden floor, creating a creepy creaking sound. Then suddenly, a hoarse laugh rang out. "Jack, I know you're here." A cold hand reached under the bed and grabbed Jack's leg, pulling hard. Jack screamed in despair. He tried to stab the man with the knife, but he was much stronger. The hammer swung, and in the last moment, Jack could only see the man's twisted smile in the darkness. The next morning, the police were called. The house was quiet. The windows were broken, but there was no sign of Jack Mitchell. On the floor, just outside the door, there was only a mud-covered iron hammer and a final piece of paper with the words scrawled, "I'm in." In the small town of Salem, Massachusetts, Halloween is always celebrated with a lot of unique costumes. Madison Gray has never been excited about Halloween, but this year, her friends have a challenge for her. If she doesn't show up to Ashley's costume party in an impressive costume, she be labeled a coward. Not wanting to be teased, Madison decides to find herself a unique mask. On the last day before Halloween, Madison wandered into an old antique shop tucked away in a back alley she had never noticed before. A wooden sign hung in the window with faded letters, "Mystery Shop." Madison pushed the door open and entered. Inside the shop was a quiet and dark space, filled with strange items, pendulum clocks, old dolls, and countless spooky decorations. The shop owner was an old man with sunken eyes, standing silently behind the counter with a strange smile on his face. Madison walked along the shelves, and then she saw it. An exquisite white porcelain mask sitting quietly in the corner. The mask had deep black eyes, bright red lips with a slight but crooked smile, as if it was hiding some secret. A chill ran down her spine, but Madison couldn't take her eyes off it. "This mask is special," the old man said hoarsely, his eyes glowing in the darkness. "But remember, don't look in the mirror after midnight while wearing it." Madison laughed. She thought it was just a prank from the old man. She quickly paid and walked out of the store with the mask in hand, not knowing the terrible things that awaited her tonight. On Halloween night, Madison wore a simple black dress and a porcelain mask. When she walked into Ashley's party, all eyes were on her. "Oh my gosh, this mask is amazing. You look like a queen of the night," Ashley complimented. Madison chuckled under her mask. A strange feeling spread through her, confidence, power, and mystery. She danced, talked, and was the life of the party, something she had never done before. But as the night wore on, she began to feel something was wrong. The mask began to tighten on her face. Every time she tried to remove it, it felt like it was clinging tighter to her skin. The laughter around her became distant and distorted, as if she was being ripped away from reality. "Madison, are you okay?" a friend asked, but Madison couldn't answer. Her mouth felt numb, as if the mask had become one with her face. Unable to bear it any longer, Madison left the party and quickly ran home. Her bedroom was dark and quiet, except for the ticking of the wall clock. Madison rushed into the bathroom, turned on the light, and looked in the mirror. The eyes in the mirror were no longer hers. They were black, lifeless, and the smile on the mask gradually widened, distorting in a way that a human face could never do. Madison recoiled from the mirror, panicked. But then she heard a whisper from the mirror. "We were one." The whisper echoed in Madison's head, and she could feel the mask moving, its lips moving, controlling her face at the same time. It was almost midnight. The clock on the wall struck 12. Each sound sounded like a curse. Madison tried to run from the room, but the door slammed shut on its own, locking her inside. She turned back to face the mirror, and this time, the image in the mirror was completely different. Madison found herself standing in a pitch-black room, and her reflection in the mirror was smiling eerily. The face in the mirror said, "I will replace you." Madison screamed, trying to smash the mirror, but as the shards fell to the floor, they still reflected her distorted face from 100 different angles, each face giggling and whispering, "We are one." Madison collapsed to the floor, her hands shaking as she covered her face. The mask had become a part of her, flesh and porcelain indistinguishable. Whenever she tried to speak, only a ghostly laugh came out, as if her voice had been stolen forever. The clock stopped ringing, and the room was plunged into absolute darkness. The whispers still echoed in Madison's head, drowning her in a never-ending nightmare. When Madison's friends came to look for her the next morning, they found the bedroom door wide open. Inside, there was no sign of Madison. Only a white porcelain mask lay in the middle of the floor, with a crooked smile and empty eyes, as if watching each person who entered. The police were called, but no trace of Madison was found. The house was silent, except for one strange thing. Every Halloween night, giggles would echo from her bedroom. And everyone who looked into the mirror in the room said they saw Madison looking back from the other side, smiling. Since then, no one dared to go near Madison's house on Halloween night. It was said that if anyone wore the mask, they would be trapped in it forever. Their soul would replace the previous person, and the mask would come back to life in a new body. How about you? Would you dare to wear that mysterious mask on Halloween night? Just remember one thing: never look in the mirror after midnight. That year, on a foggy Halloween night, 3 best friends, Ethan, Chloe, and Tyler, decide to take on a challenge that the whole town warned them not to do. Enter an abandoned house deep in the woods in suburban Maine. Where stories of ghosts and mysterious events make everyone shiver. Even though it has been abandoned for many years, people say that there are still strange knocking sounds at the door every night, as if someone is trying to find a way out. Tyler, with his reckless nature, led the expedition. Chloe reluctantly followed, not wanting to be called a coward. Ethan, the quietest of the group, simply enjoyed the feeling of adventuring into the unknown and agreed to come along. Little did they know that what awaited them inside the house would be a terrifying and haunting experience. It was already dark when they entered the forest. The weak moonlight mixed with the thick fog made the air cold and gloomy. The Halloween lanterns of the nearby houses slowly dimmed as they walked further down the road to the mysterious house. Black crows flew overhead, cawing like an ominous sign. "Has anyone ever gone in there and come back?" Chloe asked, her voice shaking slightly with worry. "Nobody knows," Tyler shrugged. "They say that people who go in there never come out, or if they do, they're not normal anymore." He dragged out the sentence deliberately, making Chloe's skin crawl. "Stop scaring me," Ethan said, his voice calm. But there was also a sense of unease, as if some invisible pair of eyes were watching them through the mist. Finally, they arrived. The house loomed like a giant black shadow in the woods, with a slanted roof and rotting wooden walls. The front door hung on rusty hinges, creaking every time the wind blew. The broken windows were like empty eyes staring at them. "Well, that looks friendly." Tyler smirked and headed for the front door. "Ready, guys?" Underscore. Into the darkness. Tyler pushed the wooden door open. The shrill creak of hinges echoed throughout the house, as if the door had not been opened for a long time. Ethan turned on his flashlight and shone it inside. Dust floated in the air, reflecting the light, giving the room a mysterious feel. "We're here, it's not that scary," Tyler said, trying to sound calm. But all three of them felt a strange chill creeping through the wooden walls. Suddenly, the door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang. Chloe screamed, clutching Ethan's arm. "It's just the wind," Tyler said quickly, but neither of them believed it was just a normal wind. As the three of them entered deeper inside, a gentle knock suddenly sounded from upstairs. The three of them stood there, their hearts racing. Chloe squeezed Ethan's hand, whispering, "How is that possible? Who would knock in an abandoned house?" "It could just be weathered wood," Ethan said, but even he didn't believe it. Tyler, still trying to sound calm, said, "Shall we go check it out?" "It's probably nothing." Slowly, they climbed the wooden stairs that creaked under each step. The knocking came again, louder and clearer this time. When they reached the top of the stairs, they found themselves in a long hallway lined with decaying doors. Ethan's flashlight beam swept across it, revealing strange markings on the wall's blackened handprints as if someone had clawed their way out. "What is this?" Chloe whispered, her voice choked with fear. One of the doors at the end of the hallway opened slightly as they approached. It creaked as if it had been waiting for them. Tyler took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside was an empty room, except for an old wooden table in the middle of the room. On the table was an intricately carved wooden box covered in dust. "Should we open it?" Ethan asked, a feeling of unease spreading through him. "Of course. We can't come here without exploring," Tyler said, his hand already reaching for the lid. As Tyler opened the lid, a loud knock sounded behind them. The three of them turned, but no one was there. Chloe screamed, her hands shaking. Tyler quickly closed the box, but the strange sound continued, getting louder and louder. "Let's run!" Ethan yelled, pulling Chloe down the stairs. Tyler followed close behind, but as they reached the stairs, Ethan's flashlight flickered and went out. "Shit," Ethan muttered, trying to turn the light back on, but in the darkness, they heard heavy footsteps behind them. "Someone is chasing us," Chloe screamed. The three of them rushed down the stairs in a panic. When they reached the front door, Tyler yanked on it, but it wouldn't open. It was as if locked from the outside. "No way, we have to get out," Tyler yelled, pounding on the door. The knocking sounded right behind them, so close it seemed like it was only a few feet away. Ethan looked around desperately and saw a window nearby. "We have to break the window," he shouted. Tyler picked up a nearby chair and slammed it against the glass. The glass shattered, and shards of glass fell to the floor. Without hesitation, the three of them rushed out of the house. They ran through the woods, not daring to look back. The knocking still echoed in their heads, even after they left the house. When they reached town, they stopped, panting. Chloe was sobbing, Ethan clutching her hand, trying to reassure her. "We made it," Tyler muttered, but his voice was no longer confident. However, when they turned to look at the house from a distance, two red lights were emanating from it, like eyes staring back at them. If you find the story interesting, please like and subscribe to wait for more scary stories. If you want me to tell horror stories about any place, please comment and let me know. True Home Alone horror stories. The Last Room of Summer. Claire Johnson is a junior at a large university in Wisconsin, U.S. When summer comes, most students leave their dorms to go home or travel. But Claire doesn't have that option. She needs to stay to work and finish her final research. The dormitory where she lived was old, with long dark corridors and thick rough walls. Her room was at the end of the third-floor hallway, a place few people chose to stay because it felt cold and eerily quiet. As her roommates left, Claire quickly noticed the silence that had fallen over the building. There was no more loud footsteps, no more laughter coming through the thin walls, no more sounds from the neighboring rooms. She told herself that she needed to get used to the silence. But then, it didn't stop there. The first night after everyone left, Claire was sitting on her bed, reading a book under the dim light. Just then, she heard heavy footsteps coming from the hallway outside. At first, she thought maybe another student was staying, but the footsteps were slow and irregular. They echoed in rhythm as if someone was shuffling past her door. Claire tried to ignore it, telling herself it was just a security guard checking. But then the footsteps suddenly stopped right in front of her door. Claire held her breath, trying to hear if anyone was outside. Time passed in suffocating tension, but the knock she was waiting for never came. Claire crept closer to the door and peered through the peephole. There was no one outside. Only the dim yellow light from the hallway flickered erratically. A chill ran down her spine, but she told herself it was probably the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs. The strange occurrences began to happen more frequently. Every night, Claire heard strange noises, a light scratching on the door, a low murmur, like someone whispering through the walls. She always told herself it was just her own stress. But things got more frightening on the fifth night. Claire decided to take an early shower to relieve her tension. The bathroom at the end of the hallway always made her feel uneasy. When she entered, the cold air suddenly hit her, despite the hot weather outside. Claire walked to the mirror, preparing to wash her face. Suddenly, she noticed a layer of steam covering the mirror, even though no one had bathed there before. Then a faint line of words appeared from inside the steam. "I saw you." She screamed, backing away in panic. Claire stared at the words, but they disappeared as soon as they appeared. Claire hurried back to her room, closed the door tightly, and locked it. Claire began to have strange dreams. She often dreamed that she was standing in the dark hallway of the third floor, surrounded by wide-open doors. In her dreams, a tall, thin figure with an unclear face stood at the end of the hallway and slowly walked towards her. Claire always woke up before the shadow could touch her, but each time she woke up, she felt cold all over, as if she had just emerged from a nightmare. Then one night, she woke up with a start and realized that her blanket had been pulled down to the floor. There was a clear indentation at the edge of the bed, as if someone had been sitting there all night. Claire felt her whole body freeze. She didn't dare move, just stared at the dark space in front of her. Suddenly, a cold whisper sounded from behind. "Don't come back." Claire felt cold breath on her neck. She didn't dare move, her heart pounding in her chest. With all her courage, Claire jumped up, turned on all the lights in the room, and sat there panting. She knew that this was not just her imagination. There was something present in this room. The next morning, Claire decided to go down to the security room to ask if anyone had ever experienced strange phenomena in this dormitory. The old security guard looked at her silently, then sighed softly. "You're not the first person to see these things," he said. "A few years ago, a girl stayed over for the summer and had the same thing happen, but then she disappeared. No one has found her since." The guard's words sent a chill down Claire's spine. She felt like she had accidentally stepped into a story she shouldn't know about. Claire decided to pack up and leave the dorm the next day, but her last night was the scariest. She locked the door tightly and lay in bed, trying to sleep to make the time pass faster. But just as the clock struck midnight, there was a knock on the door. The knocking was steady, not loud, but so resonant that Claire could feel it pounding against her heart. She tried to ignore it, but the knocking did not stop. It was persistent and haunting, as if the person outside was determined to wait for her to open the door. Claire decided not to open it, but then her door slowly creaked and opened. No one was there. Only darkness poured into the room from the hallway. Then a voice spoke, this time clearly.
"I'll never let you go."
Claire screamed and ran out of the room without taking her things. She ran down the stairs, not daring to look back, even though she felt like something was following her. When Claire ran to the main lobby and opened the door to the building, a breath of fresh air hit her face. She never returned to that dormitory again. Claire's story quickly spread around campus. Rumor has it that the dormitory had been the scene of many mysterious disappearances, and that the spirits of the missing still roamed the empty rooms. No one dared stay there during summer vacation anymore. The third-floor dormitory still stood, silent as a ghost, reminding the students that sometimes solitude isn't the scariest thing, it's the invisible thing that waits in the dark. Cheap room, a nightmare with no way out. Mia is an ambitious young woman. Coming from a poor family in the countryside, she spent her youth pursuing her dream of going to university in a big city. When she received her acceptance letter, Mia decided to take care of everything herself so as not to become a burden to her family. However, life in the city was not as easy as she thought. After days of searching, Mia finally found a room for rent at an incredibly cheap price. The small room was on the second floor of an old building, deep in a deserted alley with long, dark hallways. The landlord only asked for 3 months' rent up front and no deposit, a blessing in times of need. Little did Mia know, this decision would open the door to a terrifying nightmare. The day she moved in, Mia felt something was wrong, as if the place had been abandoned for a long time. The room always had an unpleasant, musty smell, even though the landlord insisted it had been thoroughly cleaned. There were a few black stains on the walls, but Mia didn't care. For her, just having a place to live was enough. The first night, Mia felt something strange. The air in the room was colder than outside, as if the place was frozen. While she was dozing, Mia heard a sound. A very faint creak came from under the bed. She turned on the light, but saw nothing strange. Regaining her composure, Mia told herself it was just the old wood under her bed creaking. But as soon as she turned off the light and went back to sleep, she heard breathing small, soft, right next to her ear. Mia was stunned, not daring to move. In the following days, Mia began to experience more strange phenomena. At night, when everything was quiet, she would often hear footsteps coming from the hallway outside, echoing in slow, steady steps. The scary thing was, the footsteps always stopped in front of her door, as if someone was standing outside, waiting for her to open the door. One day, in the middle of the night, there was a knock on the door, slow and persistent. Mia crept closer and peered through the peephole. There was no one outside, just a long, dark hallway. But as she was about to go back to bed, the knocking came again, louder and more urgent this time. Mia was frightened, standing frozen in front of the door. Then she heard a whisper, soft but clear, coming through the crack of the door. "Open the door." Mia didn't dare to breathe. She stepped back, trembling as she locked the door. Every night, Mia felt the room becoming more and more stuffy. She began to have strange dreams, always the same scene. She stood in the middle of the room, seeing herself sleeping on the bed, but there was a tall, thin figure standing behind her, leaning over her, staring at her. The strange phenomena didn't stop there. One morning, Mia woke up to find her blanket pulled to the floor and handprints on the sheets, as if someone had laid hands on her while she slept. Mia's closet also opened strangely. Sometimes she felt like something was lurking inside, waiting for her to come closer. One day, Mia found a strange object in the corner of the room, an old wooden comb, on which there were still a few long black hairs, but they were dry and rotten with time. Feeling uneasy, Mia decided to find out more about the room she was renting. After searching online, she discovered a horrifying truth. 3 years ago, a mysterious case had occurred in this room. A female student who had lived there had mysteriously disappeared. Police found no signs of forced entry or assault, but neighbors heard her screaming on the last night she was there. Strangely, when police broke down the door, the room was empty. Since then, no one has dared to rent this room again. Those who have stayed here have left after only a few days, recounting that they heard whispers and felt like something was waiting for them in the darkness. Mia decided to leave the room before things got worse. She packed her things and planned to move out the next morning. But on the last night, everything was too much for her to bear. At midnight, the lights in the room suddenly went out. The room was plunged into absolute darkness. Then footsteps sounded again, this time not from the hallway, but from inside the room. The footsteps got closer and closer until Mia felt a cold breath right behind her. She wanted to scream, but her throat felt choked. A cold hand touched her shoulder, pulling her back. In front of Mia, a thin shadow with a distorted face was leaning down, whispering in her ear, "You can't leave." Mia screamed, rushed towards the door and tried to unlock it. But the doorknob was frozen, unable to budge. In her panic, she felt that cold hand tighten around her wrist, pulling her back into the room. Mia had no idea how she got out of that room. When she regained consciousness, she found herself standing on the street, barefoot and shaking all over. She left all her belongings behind and never returned to that room. A week later, the building where Mia had rented the room was suddenly sealed off. The landlord disappeared without a trace, and the police gave no explanation. Mia lives in a different place, but the nightmares still haunt her. Sometimes she still hears a knock on the door in the middle of the night. Every time she opens her eyes, she feels the coldness of the darkness, and a familiar whisper echoes in her head. "You will never escape." Clinton Road, Nightmare in the Moonlight. Clinton Road is the least traveled road in America. Locals warn strangers, do not cross the bridge after dark. According to legend, the spirit of a young boy roams the road, haunting anyone who dares to enter its domain. It is said that if someone throws a coin into the stream under the bridge, the boy will throw the coin back as a warning that you have tampered with something that does not belong to this world. Lisa, a young girl who recently moved to a nearby town, doesn't believe in these stories. She is an adventurous person and is always looking to prove that the rumors are just a figment of her imagination. Late one night, Lisa decides to drive down Clinton Road alone to satisfy her curiosity. It was late at night, the silver moonlight casting a hazy glow over everything. Clinton Road appeared before Lisa like a winding snake lined with barren trees on both sides. Her car sped off into the darkness. As she approached the old bridge that straddled the road, Lisa decided to stop and see if the legend was true. She got out of the car, leaving the door open, her headlights illuminating a clearing. The space was strangely quiet, no wind, no insects. Only the murmur of the small stream under the bridge, the sound like a whisper from another world. Lisa pulled a coin from her coat pocket. Standing on the bridge, she bent down and threw the coin into the water below. The coin landed with a splash, sinking into the dark water. She waited, both excited and nervous. But a few minutes passed, and nothing happened. So it was just nonsense, Lisa chuckled, turning back to the car. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, another splash sounded from the stream below, the same sound as Lisa's coin toss. She paused, turning to look down at the water. The moonlight glistened on the surface of the stream, but something was different. In the middle of the stream, just below the bridge, Lisa's coin floated, spun unnaturally, and sank again. Her heart suddenly beat fast. A cold air crept up her spine. Lisa quickly walked towards the car, but as she reached the door, another sound rang out, light footsteps echoing from the direction of the bridge. She turned around, her eyes fixed on the darkness under the bridge. A small figure stood there. It was a boy, his skin pale, his clothes soaked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His deep black eyes stared at Lisa, empty and expressionless. Lisa felt her body freeze. The boy walked up the stairs, each step making the air around him thicken. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. Lisa tried to calm down, turned around and jumped into the car. She slammed the door, turning the key repeatedly. The engine started with difficulty, the headlights flickered and then came on. The boy was now standing right in front of the car, just a few feet away from her. His face was pale under the headlights, but his dark eyes were still fixed on Lisa, unwavering. Then he slowly bent down and placed a small object on the hood. It was the coin she had thrown into the stream. Lisa choked, her hands trembling as she gripped the steering wheel. "Let's go, let's go," she muttered to herself, trying to calm herself. At that moment, a cold whisper sounded from outside, as light as the wind, but creepy. "Stay with me." Lisa screamed and stomped on the gas. The car sped away with a roar, leaving the bridge and the boy behind. But the nightmare wasn't over. When Lisa looked in the rearview mirror, she saw the boy still standing there in the middle of the road, watching her car until it disappeared into the night. The car sped down the winding road, headlights illuminating every curve, but Lisa still felt like something was wrong. The space inside the car had become strangely cold, and she felt like she was no longer alone. She glanced into the rearview mirror again and immediately froze. In the mirror, the boy's face appeared right behind her, sitting on the back seat, his deep black eyes staring at her through the mirror. Lisa slammed on the brakes. The car skidded to a stop. She spun around, but the back seat was empty. There was only a cold silence. Lisa's heart was pounding. Her breathing was labored. Tried to calm herself down. It was just an illusion, she told herself, muttering to herself to reassure herself. But when he looked back into the mirror again, a scrawled line appeared on the glass. "You will never escape." Lisa screamed, jumped out of the car, and ran into the night. The headlights went out behind her, leaving Clinton Street in complete darkness. Lisa didn't remember how far she ran. When she regained consciousness, she found herself standing in the middle of the woods, her legs scraped and sore. Even though she had left the car behind, the nightmare still followed her like a ghost. She did not dare to return to Clinton Bridge, nor did she dare to tell anyone about what she had experienced. But every night, when the night fell and the wind rustled outside the window, Lisa still heard the familiar sound. The sound of coins falling into the water and a whisper, "Stay with me." She knew that, no matter how far she ran, the spirit of the boy on Clinton Road would never let her go. Joggers Hill, the dark shadow chases on Riverdale Street. Riverdale Road, an 11-mile stretch between Thornton and Brighton, Colorado, has long been the subject of paranormal stories. But the most terrifying is the legend of Joggers Hill, a hill where locals say a giant shadow roams the streets at night, scratching at the windows of those who drive by. It doesn't stop there. Long, eerie fingerprints will appear on your windows as a reminder that you've entered its territory, and that it could return at any moment. Ethan had heard about Joggers Hill many times. The legend was simple but creepy. Those who drove past at night would encounter the shadow. Ethan, a paranormal enthusiast, decided to test the rumor for himself. Alone in the middle of the night. That night, the moon was hidden behind the clouds, plunging the road into pitch darkness. Ethan set off from Thornton, his hands gripping the wheel, eyes filled with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The car's headlights cut through the darkness ahead, illuminating every curve and the rustling trees along the road. The road was getting quieter. There were no other cars on the road at this hour. Perfect, Ethan thought, because he wanted to experience the full horror everyone was talking about. After a little over 30 minutes of driving, Ethan approached Joggers Hill. The hill, famous for its mysterious stories, lay hidden in the darkness, surrounded by wild grasslands and dense trees. As the car began to climb the hill, the engine suddenly emitted a faint clattering sound. Ethan frowned. His car had always been running well, and he had checked it over thoroughly before setting off today. But halfway up the hill, the engine suddenly stopped. The car skidded to a stop in the middle of the hill, surrounded by heavy darkness. Ethan sighed and turned the key to start the car. Silence. Suddenly, the air felt different. A cold wind blew in through the open window. Everything around him fell into absolute silence. No insects, no wind, only his own breathing echoing in the car. And then, from far away in the darkness, Ethan saw a dark figure. The shadow appeared at the end of the hill, standing still in the middle of the road. Tall, thin, misshapen, like a jogger, but its size was unimaginably large, and its shape was distorted as if it did not belong to this world. Ethan held his breath, his eyes glued to the creature. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized it wasn't walking, it was gliding. Its feet didn't touch the ground, but each time it moved, a heavy sound like footsteps echoed through the air. The dark figure started moving towards his car. Ethan panicked. He turned the key repeatedly, trying to restart the engine, but the car did not respond. As the shadow drew closer, a clatter was heard. 3 soft but clear knocks sounded on the window to his left. Ethan turned his head, and his heart almost stopped. 3 soft but clear knocks sounded on the window to his left. Ethan turned his head, and his heart almost stopped. A large, long hand with abnormal fingers was pressed against the glass, leaving behind slimy, wet fingerprints as if it had just stepped out of a dream. Ethan screamed, jerking back in the car. The shadow didn't look at him through the window, but it leaned down, fingers slowly extending, and tapped again. Knock, knock, knock. Ethan couldn't take his eyes off the strange handprints on the glass. They were unusually long, twisted, and inhuman. They weren't just imprinted on the window, they were spreading, as if the fingers were crawling along the surface, trying to get inside. In a panic, Ethan reached for his phone, but the screen only read, "No signal." He screamed and turned the key again. The car screeched to life and suddenly started back up. Without hesitation, Ethan slammed on the gas. The car shot up the hill and shot down the road on the other side, leaving the blackness behind. Ethan breathed heavily. Hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. The car rushed forward at a terrifying speed. But when he looked in the rearview mirror, he froze. The giant black shadow was still following him, gliding quickly on the road as if it would never tire. Ethan's eyes couldn't take their eyes off the mirror. The black shadow was getting closer and closer, and then it appeared right on his back seat. He didn't dare turn around, but in the mirror he saw it leaning over, its head almost touching the back of his neck. Its breath was cold, and its whisper sounded right next to his ear. "You'll never escape." As Ethan tried to brake, the car skidded to a stop in a clearing. He gasped, spun around, but the back seat was empty. He let out a breath, a mixture of fear and relief, but then he saw, on the back window, long, clean fingerprints still there. Ethan didn't dare stay another second. He jumped out of the car and ran into the darkness. He left the car and the shadow behind on Joggers Hill. Ethan never recounted exactly what happened that night, but his life from then on was never normal. Even though he had moved far away, every time he drove at night, he still felt like someone was sitting in the back seat, breathing cold breath on the back of his neck. And sometimes, when he glanced in the rearview mirror, long fingerprints still appeared, a reminder that the shadow of Joggers Hill was always following him, never letting go. Ghost outside the window. Lisa lives alone in a small second-floor apartment in Brooklyn, New York. The apartment is quiet enough for a single person like her to feel comfortable. Winter is enveloping the city, and the outdoor space is plunged into cold darkness. After a long day at work, Lisa returned to her apartment, turned on the heater, and quickly fell asleep. But in the middle of the night, at exactly 3 a.m., she suddenly woke up without knowing why. The room was suffocatingly silent, except for the ticking of the clock and the whistling of the wind outside the window. She looked up at the ceiling in the darkness and felt that something was wrong. It was as if something was moving around her, lurking somewhere in the room. Lisa lay still, trying to calm down. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow pass by the window. Her heart beat faster. How could someone be standing outside her window? The apartment was on the second floor, and there was no balcony outside. She told herself that it was just an illusion. But before she could calm down, the shadow appeared again. This time, it stood motionless by the window, its image reflected on the frosted glass. A chill ran through Lisa's body as she saw the figure move slightly, as if turning its head to look straight at her. Lisa held her breath, hesitating for a few seconds before pulling the blanket up to cover herself. But she couldn't bear the tension any longer. She forced herself to sit up, gently pulling the curtain open a small crack to look outside. Outside, in the dim night, a pale white face was pressed against the glass. The man's eyes were pitch black, empty, and piercing into her as if to suck her mind dry. On that expressionless face, the lips moved slightly as if wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Lisa felt her whole body stiffen, as if frozen in place. She quickly retreated, but her trembling legs made her fall to the floor. When she looked up, that face was still there, staring through the glass with a terrifying patience. She stifled a scream and reached for the light. The sudden light filled the room, making her feel a little better. But the shadow outside the window disappeared as soon as the light came on. She rushed to the window and pulled back the curtains. There was nothing outside but the cold, quiet alley and the patches of snow. There was nowhere for anyone to hold on to, and no sign that anyone had ever been out there. Lisa tried to convince herself that it was just a nightmare. But the next night, at exactly 3 a.m., she woke up again. This time, she woke up to a light tapping on the window. Lisa stiffened. Her apartment was on the second floor. No one could have knocked on her window. A wave of dread rose in her chest as the knocking continued, steady and patient, as if whoever was outside knew she was awake. She didn't want to look out the window, but she couldn't help it. The curtain started to move, as if someone from outside was gently pulling it open with their fingers. Lisa almost stopped breathing when she saw a pair of dark eyes peeking out from the gap, staring at her from outside. She stepped back, her hands shaking as she reached for the phone and dialed the police. But as she touched the screen, the tapping stopped abruptly. Everything went silent. She looked out the window and the face appeared again, this time with a crooked smile, as if relishing her fear. Lisa screamed and ran out of the room. She locked the bedroom door and huddled in the corner, her whole body shaking. When the police arrived, they searched the area but found no sign of anyone else. No footprints, nothing unusual. Everything was normal, as if nothing had ever happened. A few days later, Lisa decided to investigate her neighborhood. She asked her elderly neighbor who lived in the building. When Lisa told her about the shadow outside the window, the neighbor's face turned pale, as if she was remembering something terrible. She whispered, "You saw him too?" Lisa was stunned. "Who is he?" The old woman said that many years ago, a man tried to sneak into the apartments in the building to find shelter. He would knock on the windows at night, hoping someone would open the door for him. But one winter night, no one heard his knocking, and since then, people say that his spirit has been wandering around, looking for an entrance to these apartments. Lisa froze. If I open the door, what will happen? The old woman shook her head. He won't leave. He will stay. Forever. That night, Lisa couldn't sleep. She knew that if she heard the knock again, she must not close the curtains or open the window. The clock slowly ticked towards 3 a.m., and then, like a nightmare, the knocking came again. Lisa tried to ignore it, but the knocking became louder and more urgent, as if the person outside had lost patience. She gathered her courage and walked to the window, but this time she didn't pull the curtains. She stared at the glass, and then a pale hand slowly appeared on the glass, sliding along the surface, leaving a long, cold trail. Lisa gasped, feeling trapped in her own apartment. But then, the curtain was pulled back from the outside, and that dark figure stood right in front of her. This time, the smile on his face was so wide that it was distorted, and those black eyes seemed to suck her in, pulling her into a nightmare with no way out. Lisa collapsed, feeling the cold seeping into the room, as if that shadow had finally found a way to enter her world. She didn't remember whether she had opened the door or not. She only knew that from that moment on, that shadow never left her side. Every night, at exactly 3 a.m., he would appear again, this time not outside the window, but right in her bedroom. Mysterious gas station. Tom is a 19-year-old prankster who loves to scare people. His habit is to wander around at night, looking for unsuspecting people to scare and see their reactions. Tom's pranks sometimes go too far, but he has never really had any serious consequences. Until that night at the old gas station. It was a dark winter night. The suburban road leading to the gas station was deserted and almost deserted. As Tom passed the station, he saw a flickering light inside, which was strange, since he had heard that the gas station had been closed for a long time. The glass door was dirty and covered in dust, but through the crack he could see a man standing behind the counter wearing an old uniform. The clerk looked slow and tired, his eyes dull and lifeless. Tom chuckled. This was the perfect target for his prank. Just give this man a good scare, and Tom would have a good story to tell his friends. He walked to the door and pushed it open. It was unlocked. A soft ting-ting sounded as he entered. The inside of the gas station was damp and messy. The old shelves were covered in dust, a few lights flickered weakly, and the air was filled with the smell of gasoline mixed with humidity. The employee behind the counter did not seem to notice his presence, still looking down at the small ledger. Tom smiled, sneaking up behind the man. When he was only a few steps away, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Boom!" The clerk turned around. startled. His eyes were wide, white in the flashing light. He looked at Tom for a few seconds with an expression of indescribable panic, then, without a word, turned and ran straight for the storage room behind the counter. Tom laughed, amused by the clerk's reaction. But the smile on his lips quickly disappeared when the man disappeared into the room and did not return. Tom waited for a moment, thinking that he would come out. But minutes passed, and there was no sound from inside. Is he so scared that he won't come out again? Tom thought to himself, but then a feeling of unease began to creep into his mind. He walked over to the door leading to the storage room and pushed it gently. The door swung open, revealing a pitch-black space. Tom stood in the doorway, hesitating to enter. Something was wrong. It was strangely quiet, as if the room had been deprived of life. He squinted into the darkness. Hey, it was just a joke. Come out, Tom called, but there was no answer. It felt like his words were being swallowed up by the darkness of the room. Tom began to feel worried. He turned to leave the gas station, but when he stepped out, the main door was locked. He turned the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Tom started pounding on the glass. Is anyone there? He shouted, but it was pitch black outside, with no people or cars in sight. Trapped in the old gas station, Tom felt his fear rising by the minute. With no way out, he was forced to turn and face the dark storage room. The inside of the gas station grew more and more terrifying by the second. The flickering lights on the ceiling emitted electric buzzes. The surrounding space became stuffy and cold, as if an eerie air current was filling the room. Tom tiptoed towards the storage room again, trying to suppress the feeling of unease in his heart. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from inside the storage room. Tom jumped, a chill running down his spine. "You're in there?" he called. But this time, the footsteps weren't human. They were heavy, dragging on the floor, as if something was moving awkwardly. Tom felt his heart pounding in his chest. He started to back away, but as he turned, the door to the storage room slowly opened. A cold draft of air blew from inside, carrying with it a strong, musty smell. Tom froze in place, not daring to move. From the darkness, he could hear a faint whisper echoing throughout the room. "You shouldn't be here." Tom trembled, trying to stay calm. He stepped back, but the lights in the shop suddenly went out. The room was plunged into absolute darkness. Suddenly, from behind, something scratched the back of his shirt. Tom screamed, panicked, and ran towards the cashier, but his foot tripped over something on the floor. As he tried to stand up, the lights flickered back on for a split second, and for a split second, Tom saw the clerk's feet that were suspended a few centimeters above the floor, as if his body was suspended by something invisible. Tom was desperate to find a way out of this place. He rushed towards the cash register, trying to open the safe or find the key, but all in vain. The whispering again rang out from all sides. mixed with the sound of footsteps dragging on the floor as if something was approaching. He turned and saw the clerk standing just across the counter, his face pale, his eyes wide but lifeless. He stared at Tom, then moved his lips slightly and whispered, "Your turn." Tom screamed, running to bang on the door again, but it was no use. The room seemed to be shrinking, the walls around him trying to swallow him up. As daylight crept through the windows, everything returned to normal. Tom lay slumped under the counter, his whole body shaking, cold sweat soaking his shirt. He didn't remember when he'd passed out. The front door was wide open now, but the gas station was empty. There was no sign of the attendant, no footsteps, and everything was eerily quiet. Tom trudged out of the gas station, his eyes filled with confusion. Even though he had escaped, the horror of the night before still clung to his mind. From that day on, Tom never returned to that gas station, nor did he ever play pranks on anyone at night again. But every time he entered a dark room, he could still hear a faint whisper in his head. "It's your turn now." Scary stories from Amityville, New York. One of the most famous haunted houses in America is the Amityville House, which has been the focus of many horror films and supernatural documentaries. The house is located at 112 Ocean Avenue in Amityville, Long Island. Although it looks like an ordinary suburban house on the outside, the events that took place here have left an unforgettable, creepy mark on American supernatural history. In 1975, the Lutz family moved into this house. Not long before, a terrible case occurred. A young man in the old family named Ronald DeFeo Jr. caused a tragedy. And from then on, everything in the house seemed to be no longer peaceful. From the very beginning, they felt a strange cold air regardless of the season. Family members also constantly heard footsteps and whispering voices, even though the house was completely empty. In particular, once they asked a priest to bless the house, but he was slapped hard by an invisible hand and heard whispers of "Get out of here," echoing in his ears. Things got worse. Windows opened in the middle of the night, furniture moved, and family members often woke up with terrible nightmares. George Lutz, the father of the family, even claimed that he felt like a ghostly entity was following him around at night, causing him to panic. After only 28 days, the Lutz family hastily left the house, leaving all their belongings behind. The horrifying experiences in the house have been recounted many times and have become a famous horror story. Although there is much debate about the authenticity of the story, those who have entered this house believe that something inexplicable exists here. The Amityville house remains a symbol of things beyond human understanding, and it continues to attract paranormal investigators and horror seekers. The events that occurred here have left many wondering, what really exists in the darkness of this house? If you are interested in the details of the Amityville story and other creepy events, You can explore more from the resources on haunted houses in America. If you find my story interesting, please like and subscribe to the channel to wait for the next stories. The Slender Man. Slender Man is a nightmare. He doesn't chase his prey or attack them head-on. Instead, he haunts them deep in their minds, causing them to lose control and fall into the darkness of despair. Those who have encountered him claim that Slender Man never leaves. He hides in their thoughts and dreams, waiting for the right moment to return. Slender Man often targets children and teenagers, souls that are easily influenced and manipulated. He hides in deep forests, abandoned parks, and deserted places where darkness becomes an ally. As he approaches, all surrounding sounds disappear as if sucked away, the air becomes cold, and time stands still. Those who sense his presence describe a feeling of suffocation, as if they were being enveloped in an invisible cage. Children who encounter him become quiet and distant. They hear whispers in their heads, a gentle but powerful voice, urging them to perform strange, dangerous actions. Wisconsin terror attack. On May 31, 2014, a gruesome incident occurred in Waukesha, Wisconsin, which shocked the entire United States. Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weyer, two 12-year-old girls, were so obsessed with the Slender Man legend that they planned a brutal attack on their best friend, Peyton Leutner. The two believed that if they did so, they would be accepted by Slender Man and taken to live in the woods, where he would welcome them and protect their families from danger. That day, the three girls went together into the woods of David's Park, near their home in Waukesha. Morgan and Anissa chose a spot deep in the woods where no one could hear or see them. When Peyton was caught off guard, the two attacked her with all their might. Peyton tried to struggle and beg, but her close friends wouldn't stop. After Peyton was exhausted, Morgan and Anissa left her lying in the middle of the woods, believing that Slender Man would soon appear to take them away. But Peyton did not give up. Despite her severe injuries, she managed to crawl out of the woods, where a cyclist happened to discover her and promptly rushed her to the emergency room. Morgan and Anissa were quickly arrested. When questioned, they both claimed that Slender Man had ordered them to attack Peyton. In their dreams, he promised to take them to a secret castle deep in the woods, where they would be safe forever if they proved their loyalty to him. Victims who have encountered Slender Man are not only haunted by memories, but also suffer from terrifying and recurring dreams. Sarah, a girl who lives near the scene of the crime, said that since hearing about Slender Man, she has not been able to sleep well. In her dreams, Sarah often found herself lost in a dark forest, unable to find her way home. She walked among the towering trees in an eerie silence. The wind whistled through the leaves, but the sound was unnatural, like a suggestive whisper, urging her deeper into the forest. Every time she passed a tree, the scene changed. She found herself in a long, dead-end hallway, the ceiling lights flickering as if they were about to go out. Sarah felt an invisible presence watching her from behind. When she turned around, she saw nothing but darkness, but the feeling did not go away, like a tall creature was slowly approaching, just waiting to touch her. One night, Sarah's dream became more terrifying. She found herself standing in her own bedroom, looking into the mirror. But in the mirror, instead of reflecting her image, she saw a slender man standing right behind her. His long arms slowly reached out, almost touching her shoulders. Sarah turned around in panic, but the room was empty. She looked back into the mirror, and he was still there, motionless, his arms outstretched as if waiting. When Sarah woke up, she found the mirror in the room cracked, as if something inside had tried to escape. Sarah's dreams didn't stop. She began to feel that Slender Man's shadow followed her out of her dreams, following her even when she was awake. During the day, she constantly felt an invisible gaze following her. At night, even though she locked her door, she could still hear soft footsteps echoing in the hallway. One night, Sarah woke up to find her bedroom door wide open. A cold feeling rushed in, as if someone had just stepped through the door. She sat up, trying to calm herself, but then she noticed a tall figure standing in the corner of the room. It was Slender Man. He didn't move. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, watching her silently in the darkness as if waiting. Sarah blinked, and the figure was gone. But she knew he hadn't really left. Slender Man had found her, and now he would forever be present in the darkness around her. The final warning. Slender Man is more than just a legend to scare people. Those who have encountered him know that once he sets his sights on you, he will never let you go. He doesn't need to touch you. The fear he instills in your mind is his most powerful weapon. If one day you feel the urge to go into the woods or hear a whisper in your head, stop and turn back immediately. Do not look into the darkness, and above all, do not turn back if you see a tall figure standing among the trees. Slender Man does not need to chase you. He knows that fear itself will keep you trapped in the darkness forever. And once he has chosen you, he will become a shadow that will never leave. The Phantom Clown, Boston, Massachusetts. The horror begins. In 1981, in Boston, Massachusetts, children in the area began to tell of mysterious clowns appearing near schools and parks. They were not the cheerful clowns who performed at carnivals or circuses. These people just stood silently in the distance, in the dark, not doing any funny things, and just stared at the children with strange eyes, sometimes with an emotionless smile. Children reported that clowns approached by driving old vans with no license plates or with black paper covering the windows. Many children said the clowns lured them into the vans with candy or toys. But when the children refused or ran to tell an adult, the clowns disappeared before police arrived. At first, people thought these were just children's stories. But when similar cases occurred in different areas of the city, the incident was no longer taken lightly. Parents and police began to get really worried. Panic spreads. The story of the mysterious clown spread like wildfire. Within months, sightings of mysterious clowns were reported not only in Boston, but also in Chicago, Pittsburgh, Kansas, and New Jersey. In some places, People have reported that these clowns appear in the woods or in abandoned parking lots. They never speak, just stand silently, smile and stare at people passing by. Some people have also reported seeing the shadow of clowns through their windows at night. Every time they turned around to check, the figure disappeared as if it had never been there. In Chicago, people claimed to have been chased by a mysterious clown, and no matter how fast they ran, the clown would follow right behind them, his footsteps echoing in the quiet night. A New Jersey horror story. A terrifying case was reported in New Jersey where an elementary school teacher encountered a mysterious clown late in the afternoon. While passing by the park near the school, the teacher saw a clown sitting on a swing, dressed in a colorful costume with a pointed hat and a clown mask. The creepy thing was that the clown didn't move, just sat there, staring off into the distance. When the teacher walked over to see if it was someone in costume, the clown slowly turned his head and smiled at her. His smile was unusually long on his face. The teacher ran back to the school, and when she returned, the clown was gone. From then on, the teacher warned her students never to walk through the park alone, especially at dusk. However, some children still reported seeing the clown's shadow among the trees whenever they passed by. The Panic of 2016. In 2016, the phenomenon of ghost clowns exploded across the United States and Canada. Both the media and social media were abuzz with reports of mysterious clown-clad figures appearing in towns and cities. They stand silently on highways, in the woods, or in remote residential areas, sometimes waving at passers-by, or just staring into the distance, not saying a word. A video circulating on social media shows a clown standing in the middle of the road late at night, right in the parking lot of an abandoned store. The person filming said that as they drove closer, the clown started running towards the car at an incredible speed, scaring them into speeding away. Such incidents have left many residents afraid to venture out at night. Police have repeatedly investigated reports of clowns causing trouble, but no one has been arrested. Whenever police arrive on the scene, the mysterious figures vanish without a trace, leading many to believe that they are not human. Theories and rumors. The legend of the ghost clown has given rise to many different theories. Some believe that they are just pranks played by pranksters. However, others believe that these clowns are supernatural beings, entities from another world who use clown costumes to fool people. A more popular theory is that the clown represents betrayal and insecurity. What should have brought joy and laughter instead spread fear. This makes the mysterious clown phenomenon even more terrifying in people's minds. Whether it's a prank or a supernatural phenomenon, the fear of mysterious clowns still haunts many people today. Police and locals alike warn each other that if you see a clown standing in the dark or wandering the streets at night, stay away immediately. And if you see a clown standing still, staring at you and smiling, never try to approach or talk to him. Turn around and leave as quickly as possible, because if he starts moving towards you, it could be the last time you see the light. Bloody Mary, Ghost in the Mirror. The legend of Bloody Mary has become one of the most terrifying stories in American folklore, inspiring generations of teenagers to test their courage. Legend has it that if you stand in front of a mirror at midnight, turn off the lights, light a candle, and repeat the name Bloody Mary 3 times or 13 times, Mary's image will appear in the mirror. Not just a mere appearance, Mary carries an uncontrollable rage. It is said that when she sees Mary, her eyes are bloodshot, deep and cold, staring straight at you as if to penetrate your mind. If you do not leave immediately, she will reach out from the mirror and pull you in, where you will be trapped forever, unable to return to this world. Some say that if Mary appears, she will tear the victim's face apart, leaving painful scars for life. Those lucky enough to escape an encounter with Mary report that her image haunts them in their dreams, night after night, until the fear becomes so overwhelming that no one can bear it. The mysterious origin of Mary. There are many versions of the Bloody Mary legend. Some believe that Mary was a falsely accused witch who was brutally punished by her villagers. Her spirit cannot rest in peace, and she has been hiding in mirrors ever since, waiting for someone to awaken her and avenge her suffering. Another theory suggests that Mary was Mary I of England, also known as Bloody Mary. During her reign, Mary brutally punished Protestants, spreading fear throughout the land. Her actions made her a symbol of wrath and unforgivable evil. However, the most popular story is that Mary was a young woman who was betrayed in love. She was deeply in love, but was betrayed by her lover. In despair, she disappeared from this world, leaving behind a vengeful spirit trapped in the mirror. From then on, Mary became an angry entity, always trying to drag anyone who dared to challenge her into the dark world. A group of friends' terrifying encounter. A famous Bloody Mary story is told by Anna, a young girl living in Illinois. On her 17th birthday, Anna and her 2 best friends, Megan and Lucy, decided to challenge each other to a Bloody Mary ritual. The prank had been talked about a lot in school, but no one in Anna's group of friends had the courage to do it until that night. Late that night, the 3 of them entered the small bathroom in Anna's house. The light from a single candle flickered, creating a gloomy and cold atmosphere. The door was locked, and the room became so quiet that only the breathing of the 3 girls echoed in the space. Anna, trying to hide her nervousness, picked up the candle and said, "Come on, let's do it. Just say her name 3 times, and then we'll laugh out loud about overcoming this fear." The 3 of them looked into the mirror, and Anna began, "Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary." At first, nothing happened. The room fell into absolute silence, and the 3 girls began to laugh lightly, thinking that it was all a joke. But suddenly, the surface of the mirror began to fade, as if covered in a layer of cold mist. Then, from within the mist, a woman's figure slowly emerged. Her black hair was messy, her eyes were blood red, and a strange smile stretched from ear to ear. Mary stared at Anna, her lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but only a terrifying whisper came out. The 3 girls rushed towards the door, trying to unlock it and run outside. But Megan's hands were shaking, and she couldn't turn the latch in time. In that moment, Anna felt a cold hand touch her shoulder, pulling her closer to the mirror. Mary reached out from the mirror, her fingertips raking Anna's face, leaving 3 long, painful scratches. All 3 girls screamed in horror, and finally the bathroom door burst open. They rushed out, breathing heavily and their bodies shaking in panic. After escaping, Anna touched her cheek and felt the stinging scratches. When her friends looked back, 3 red lines were visible on Anna's cheek, as if an invisible hand had left a mark. Anna broke down in tears, shaking as she recounted that she felt Mary trying to pull her through the mirror. For weeks afterward, Anna had recurring nightmares. She would stand before a mirror in the dark, and Mary would appear, her evil smile never changing. Every time she woke up, Anna would feel as if someone was watching her from the shadows. After the terrifying event, many people began warning each other never to attempt to summon Bloody Mary. Paranormal investigators believe that mirrors can be doorways to the other world, and that summoning spirits through mirrors can open the way for dangerous entities to enter our world. They believe that Mary is still trapped in the mirror, and if anyone accidentally wakes her, she will not leave them alone until she has accomplished her goal. Many cultures have stories about ghosts in mirrors, not just in the United States. In Japan, the legend of Hanako-san tells of a female ghost who appears in bathrooms to scare school children. In Mexico, people believe that if you leave your mirrors uncovered at night, you may inadvertently invite spirits into your home. These stories all reflect the fear of betrayal from familiar objects, such as mirrors, which seem to only reflect our own images but can hide an entity from another world. If one day you get curious and want to try ordering a Bloody Mary, remember that there are some things that are best left unattended. Those who have tried and survived say they would never try it again. The Legend of Resurrection Mary. Resurrection Mary is one of the most famous and terrifying urban legends in the United States, especially in the suburbs of Chicago, Illinois. The story tells of a mysterious young girl who appears at night on Archer Avenue, a road near the Resurrection Cemetery. Drivers say she waves at them asking for a ride, but as soon as they reach the cemetery gates, Mary vanishes as if she had never existed. This is not just a story, but is also believed to be connected to real events. Even the bravest people who walk down Archer Avenue at night cannot avoid feeling the chill when hearing about the mysterious presence of Mary. Mary's spirit is believed to still wander that road, forever unable to find rest. One winter night in the 1920s or 1930s, Mary, a young woman who loved to dance, went with her boyfriend to a party at a famous dance hall near Archer Avenue. With the loud music and bright lights, Mary danced nonstop, enjoying every moment of the evening. However, a heated argument broke out between her and her boyfriend. In anger and frustration, Mary dropped everything and decided to go home alone. Despite her boyfriend's attempts to hold her back, she stepped out into the cold night, her white dress fluttering in the chilly wind. Archer Avenue was nearly deserted late at night. Mary's footsteps echoed on the pavement, her high heels clicking in the silence. As she approached Resurrection Cemetery, a car came speeding from afar in the darkness. The driver panicked but did not have time to brake. In a split second, Mary was thrown onto the side of the road. The driver did not stop, but fled the scene, leaving Mary lying cold and helpless in the middle of the night. The next morning, Mary's body was found by her family near the cemetery gates. They decided to bury her at Resurrection Cemetery, not far from where the fateful accident occurred. However, Mary's spirit seemed unable to rest in peace. Since then, it has been rumored that on dark nights she would wander Archer Avenue, looking for a ride home, but never arriving. In the 1970s, a taxi driver named Jerry was driving home late on Archer Avenue. In the mist, he saw a young woman standing on the side of the road near Resurrection Cemetery. She wore a long white dress, her long blonde hair was loose, her face was pale but delicate. Her eyes were distant, as if waiting for something. Jerry stopped the car and invited her in. The girl didn't say much, just asked him to take her to a nearby address. During the journey, Jerry tried to strike up a conversation to break the gloomy atmosphere, but she only responded with a few short sentences in a cold and distant voice. Her silence made him feel uneasy. As they approached the gates of Resurrection Cemetery, the girl suddenly asked Jerry to stop. "I want to get off here," she said. Before Jerry could ask anything more, she disappeared right before his eyes. Jerry panicked, got out of the car and checked around, but saw no trace of the girl. Only the old iron gate of the cemetery remained, creaking in the night wind. He drove away in fear, carrying with him an unbelievable story that he would remember forever. Jerry wasn't the only one to encounter Mary. Over the years, dozens of other drivers have reported strange encounters on Archer Avenue. Some say they saw Mary appear in the middle of the road, forcing them to brake hard to avoid hitting her. But when they got out of their cars to check, Mary had disappeared into the night. Some drivers said that Mary asked for a ride, sat silently throughout the trip, and then disappeared as soon as the car stopped at the cemetery gate. Some even said that after Mary left, the smell of chrysanthemums, a flower often used in funerals, lingered on the car seats. Resurrection Cemetery is also known for its paranormal activity. Cemetery staff have reported hearing footsteps on the trails, even when no one is around. Some have even found handprints on the iron fence, as if someone had tried to climb out. People passing by the cemetery late at night say they see the silhouette of a young girl in a white dress, standing inside the gate, looking out with sad eyes. When someone approaches, the silhouette disappears as if it had never existed. Residents of Archer Avenue often warn visitors, if you see a young woman in a white dress waving for a car, think twice before stopping. It could be Mary, whose spirit still wanders between worlds, searching for liberation but never finding it. If you enter Resurrection Cemetery at night, be careful. People who have been there in the middle of the night say they feel like someone is watching them. And sometimes, footsteps can be heard from behind, even though they are sure they are alone. The legacy of the Resurrection Mary legend. The story of Resurrection Mary is not just a legend to scare passers-by, but has become an indispensable part of Chicago folklore. To this day, many people still visit Resurrection Cemetery, hoping to witness this famous ghost with their own eyes. However, not everyone is brave enough to face Mary. It is believed that if Mary notices you, she will not let you go easily. Once you see her in the rearview mirror or hear footsteps following, do not turn around. And most importantly, never talk to someone if you hear someone whispering your name in the dark. Because once Mary has found you, she will never let you go forever. The Bunny Man, Fairfax, Virginia. Once upon a time, Fairfax, Virginia was a quiet town, but after a strange incident in the 1970s, the area near the Colchester Bridge became haunted by many people. The Bunny Man, a mysterious figure in a white rabbit suit, is said to roam the night with an axe in hand, emerging from the darkness and causing terror. No one knows who he really is or where he comes from, but stories about him have kept many people on their toes at night. It all started with an accident that happened years ago when a group of inmates from a nearby mental asylum were being transferred to the new facility. The van they were in broke down on the way, causing some of them to escape into the woods around Fairfax. All of the patients were found within a few days, except for one, Douglas Griffin. From then on, people living near the woods began to see strange things. Barn windows were smashed, cars left outside were scratched, and yard furniture was disturbed for no apparent reason. It was rumored that Griffin chose to hide in the woods near Colchester Bridge, where he felt safest. Gradually, people began to call this mysterious person the Bunny Man, because of the stories of him wearing a white bunny suit and wandering around the area with an axe. One autumn night in 1970, a young couple drove to the area near Colchester Bridge to find some privacy. As they turned off the engine and settled into silence, a loud bang came from the window next to them. The girl screamed in surprise, and the boy looked out to see a man in a bunny suit holding an axe. The Bunny Man said nothing for a few seconds, just staring at them through the glass with a crazy look in his eyes. Then, in a low, even voice, he said, "This is not your place. Go, before it's too late." The boy quickly started the car, and as the wheels crunched on the gravel, he stood still, his eyes following their every move until they were out of sight. Since then, many other people have reported seeing the Bunny Man near the bridge or in the woods. Some have said they saw him from a distance, flitting between the branches of trees. Others have noticed strange signs like axe marks on tree trunks or pieces of abandoned cars. A young man named Kevin once went to the Colchester Bridge area on Halloween night with some friends, wanting to verify whether the legend was true or not. As the group approached the bridge, they suddenly heard light footsteps behind them. But when they turned around, there was no one there. Just then, the sound of an axe hitting a nearby tree rang out. In the darkness, they saw a figure dressed in a white rabbit suit slowly walking out of the woods, an axe on his shoulder. Without saying a word, he just stood there, his head tilted to the side as if observing them. Kevin and his friends didn't dare wait any longer. They turned around and ran as fast as they could from the area. And when they looked back, they saw that Bunny Man was still standing there, not chasing after them, just silently watching them disappear into the night. After numerous reports of Bunnyman sightings, Fairfax police investigated the area around the bridge and found some vandalized items, damaged cars, axe marks on trees, and even abandoned items with unknown owners. However, no one has found a clear trace of the person responsible for these incidents. Rumors about the Bunnyman continue to spread, but no one knows whether he is a real escaped mental asylum resident or just a fictional character created by collective fear. People who live near Colchester Bridge believe that the Bunnyman is still there, hiding in the shadows of the woods. They say that on windy nights, if you stand under the bridge, you can hear the faint sound of an axe hitting a tree or rock, a warning that you are entering a place that is not meant for you. Legend has it that the Bunnyman will never enter anyone's home, nor will he attack anyone on his own unless you bother him. He prefers solitude, the quiet of the forest, and especially dislikes curious people who come to him at night. Some say that if you happen to encounter him, it's best not to react too strongly. Don't run, don't scream. Just back away slowly and leave as calmly as possible, because the Bunnyman may just want to protect his hideout. But if you show fear, he won't hesitate to follow you to make sure you never come back. Today, Colchester Bridge is a popular haunt for curious teenagers, especially around Halloween. However, elders in the area warn against playing with the legend. They say there are some things you should never bring up, because once you enter Bunnyman territory, you can't escape the feeling that he's still watching you even long after you've left the woods. And if one night you see a figure dressed in a white bunny suit in the middle of the road, clutching an axe, keep going. Don't stop. Don't stare any longer than necessary. And above all, don't let fear make you make a mistake. Because in the darkness of the forest, the Bunnyman is still waiting. The Black-Eyed Children, Texas and elsewhere. Stories of the Black-Eyed Children have spread across America, starting in the late 1990s. Although no one has any concrete evidence of their origins, those who have encountered them report feeling extremely frightened. These children are said to appear unexpectedly at night, standing in front of houses or cars, always asking to be let in. However, there is something very wrong with them. Something that lies not only in their deep black eyes, but also in their indescribable presence. Brian Bethel, a journalist from Texas, was one of the first to recount his terrifying experience in 1996. He was parked outside a movie theater, writing a check when he heard a light tap on his car window. When he rolled down the window, he saw two children, about 10 or 12 years old, dressed normally but looking strange. "Please put us in the car," one of them said in a low, emotionless voice. "We need a ride home, but there's no one to help." Bethel didn't notice anything unusual at first, but as he looked closer, a chill ran down his spine. Everything from their voices, to the way they stood still, to the strange look in their eyes made him uneasy. Their eyes were completely black, no whites or reflections. He felt a surge of fear rise up in him as if his instincts were warning him that these were no ordinary children. Though he didn't want to be rude, Bethel felt a strong urge to leave. He tried to refuse them, but the child just stared at him, unmoving. "We can't get in the car unless you say so," he said calmly, as if he knew his answer was a foregone conclusion. Realizing he was shaking, Bethel quickly rolled up the window and started the engine, driving away. When he glanced back in the rearview mirror, he saw the children still standing there, motionless in the darkness, their black eyes swallowing the light around them. After the event, Bethel could not shake the feeling that something terrible had happened or almost happened. He wondered what would have happened if he had opened the door and let them in. Bethel is not the only one to encounter these creatures. A Vermont family reported hearing a knock on their door at 2 a.m. one winter night. When the husband opened the door, he found two children, about 8 or 9 years old, dressed inappropriately for the cold weather. They looked up and said, "We're lost. Can we come in?" His instincts told him that something was wrong, but the children's strange insistence made him reluctant to let them in. As soon as the children crossed the threshold, the lights in the house suddenly went out, plunging the house into darkness. The only light was the flashlight from the kitchen, and in the dim light, the husband could see the children's eyes black without a single ray of light. A strange chill permeated the house, and their dog, normally aggressive towards strangers, huddled in a corner, shivering. The wife felt dizzy and lightheaded, while the husband began to panic. After just a few short minutes, the two children abruptly said, "We need to go now." Without a trace, they disappeared into the night. Shortly after, the electricity in the house was turned back on, but a series of strange events followed. The wife became seriously ill. The husband had a car accident, and their dog suddenly disappeared without a trace. The legend of the black-eyed children is not limited to Texas or Vermont. Those who encounter them describe a feeling of extreme fear, as if they are standing before something not of this world. The children never enter houses or cars without permission, always asking permission, as if they are bound by some rule. Some believe they are the embodiment of lost souls or even aliens trying to infiltrate the human world. Others believe they are a sign of bad luck. If you encounter one, something bad will happen. Stories of the black-eyed children continue to be told, and though many are skeptical, those who have encountered them swear they never want to see them again. If late at night you hear a gentle knock on your door and there are strange children with dark eyes, stay calm. Don't open the door, don't talk to them, and above all, don't let them in. Because once they're in, what they bring could change your life forever. The Candyman. Halloween 1974 and the tragedy in Texas. On Halloween night in 1974, Timothy O'Brien, an 8-year-old boy living with his family in Deer Park, Texas, was excited to join his sister and parents for Halloween. Halloween is a time when children across the United States dress up in costumes and knock on doors to ask for candy with laughter. And the O'Brien family was no exception. Timothy and his sister walked down the street, knocking on doors with their friends, saying, "Trick or treat." Their candy bags were quickly filled with chocolate bars, sweets, and colorful candies. Among them, Timothy received a pixie sticks, a long sugary candy that he especially loved. Timothy had no idea that the candy would bring about an unimaginable tragedy. Upon returning home, Timothy begged his father, Ronald O'Brien, to let him have some candy before bed. His father, with a gentle and kind expression, handed Timothy the pixie sticks he had received trick-or-treating. Timothy quickly tore open the plastic wrapper and savored the sweet treat inside. Minutes later, Timothy was clutching his stomach in pain, his whole body shaking. He vomited violently, crying and collapsing to the floor in unbearable pain. His parents panicked and tried to call an ambulance, but Timothy's condition only worsened. He began to convulse violently, his whole body turned cold, and soon lost consciousness. Ronald held Timothy tightly in his arms as the ambulance sped to the hospital. Despite the doctor's efforts to save him, Timothy stopped breathing, leaving his family in pain. The horrific incident that happened to Timothy not only devastated the O'Brien family, but also sent shockwaves through the small community of Deer Park. A haunting question arose: who poisoned the pixie sticks? Deer Park police immediately got involved and launched a full investigation. The pixie sticks that Timothy had eaten was analyzed, and the results showed that the powder inside had been laced with cyanide, a highly toxic chemical that can cause cardiac arrest in just minutes. Police searched every family that had given out candy that night, but no one in the area noticed anything unusual. No one other than Timothy had received the poisoned candy, leaving the investigation at a standstill. While the residents panicked, fearing that a child poisoner was lurking in the neighborhood, the police began to suspect Ronald O'Brien himself, because Ronald seemed so calm and seemed to know every detail of every house they visited. As the police investigated, they discovered suspicious irregularities. Ronald was deeply in debt and in serious financial trouble. He had taken out multiple life insurance policies on his 2 children just weeks before Halloween, hoping to collect the insurance money to get out of debt. The scary truth revealed. When police compared the evidence, they discovered that Ronald had tried to buy cyanide from multiple sources before Halloween. All the clues led to a horrifying truth. Ronald O'Brien was the one who poisoned the candy bar and gave it to his own son. Ronald's plan is to harm Timothy to collect the insurance money and blame it on a stranger in the neighborhood. To create the perfect fake scene, Ronald distributed additional poisoned candy bars to his daughter and a few other children. Fortunately, none of the other children ate the poisoned candy, as they were unable to open the hard-to-tear plastic of the pixie sticks. With the evidence in hand, the police arrested Ronald O'Brien. The entire town of Deer Park was shocked to learn that the culprit was the victim's father. The press dubbed Ronald the Candyman, making the case the most terrifying Halloween story in American history. At his trial, Ronald O'Brien tried to deny his guilt. He claimed he had nothing to do with his son's case and blamed a mysterious stranger. However, with undeniable evidence, Ronald was convicted and received the highest sentence. Ronald's case became a terrifying obsession for American families. The image of the Candyman became a symbol of betrayal and potential danger, making Halloween no longer a festival of joy and laughter. After the case, the fear of poisoned candy became a major Halloween obsession in the United States. Parents began to carefully check every piece of candy their children received. Many families stopped letting their children trick or treat, and some people refused to give out candy, fearing that they might accidentally distribute poisoned candy. Although similar poisonings are rare, legends of poisoned candy continue to be told through the generations. These stories remind people that danger sometimes comes not from strangers, but from those close to them. The Ronald O'Brien case left a bitter lesson. Halloween, a festival of joy, is now associated with suspicion and fear. Every candy bar passed out is carefully inspected, and the innocence of children is forever tainted by what Ronald did. The Candyman has become a symbol of timeless horror, a reminder that the most painful betrayals sometimes come from within the family. The Clown Statue. On a drizzly night in upstate New York, Sarah, a college student, takes a job as a nanny for the wealthy Anderson family. The Andersons have 2 young children, Elliot and Mia, ages 5 and 7. Sarah's job is simple: feed the kids dinner, put them to bed, and wait until their parents return. They tell her that the kids are already asleep and that they should stay downstairs and watch TV, and that there is no need to come upstairs unless there is an emergency. As Mr. and Mrs. Anderson were about to leave, the mother looked at Sarah and said, "If you ever feel unsafe, call us. This house is big, but everyone is safe." Sarah nodded, trying to smile to hide her slight unease when she saw Mrs. Anderson's slightly worried eyes. After the couple left, Sarah was left alone in the suspiciously quiet house. Sarah sat down on the sofa in the living room, turned on the TV, and tried to relax. The room was beautifully decorated, but the dim light from the table lamp only added to the oppressive atmosphere. Sarah's eyes were immediately drawn to a clown statue in the corner of the room. The statue was life-sized, dressed in a colorful clown costume and pointed hat. Its hair was wild, and its face was pale, painted with a strange grin that stretched from ear to ear, revealing large false teeth. The clown's eyes weren't just fake, they had an uncanny depth to them, as if staring at Sarah from every angle. Trying to ignore her discomfort, Sarah turned her eyes to the television screen, but she couldn't focus. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized, no matter where she turned, the statue's gaze seemed to follow her. Unable to bear it any longer, Sarah decided to call Mrs. Anderson. When she picked up, Her voice sounded worried. "What's wrong, Sarah? Are the kids okay?" Sarah tried to stay calm and said, "Yeah, everything's fine. It's just the clown statue in the living room is making me feel a little uneasy. Can you move it or cover it?" On the other end of the line, Mrs. Anderson suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, her voice became urgent and shaky. "Sarah, listen carefully. We don't have any clown statues in the house. Get the kids out of the house immediately." Now, Sarah's heart was pounding. She felt cold all over. That clown wasn't a statue. Who was it? What had he been doing standing in the corner all this time? Not daring to look back, Sarah rushed up the stairs to the children's room. In a panic, she carried the two children sleeping soundly on the bed, feeling as if an invisible gaze was watching her every move. As she ran down the stairs with the two children in her arms, Sarah heard light footsteps behind her. He was following her. She didn't stop, just ran straight to the front door, threw it open and rushed out, despite the pouring rain. The police were called shortly after. When they arrived and searched the entire house, the clown statue was gone, but the living room window was wide open, and a strong wind was blowing into the room, causing the curtains to flutter. On closer inspection, the police found wet footprints leading from the living room up the stairs and back to the living room, as if the stranger had been moving around the house the entire time Sarah had been there. Through investigation, the police discovered a criminal who had escaped from a nearby mental hospital a few days earlier. He had a hobby of dressing up as a clown and breaking into other people's homes to observe his victims in the dark, sometimes for hours at a time without anyone noticing. He did not do any immediate harm. Instead, he preferred to stand still, watch, and wait, causing his victims to fall into a state of extreme panic. From that night on, Sarah was haunted by the sound of the clown statue's light footsteps and its eyes. She always felt like he was still somewhere, watching her from afar. Those who heard Sarah's story said that, from then on, she was never alone in the living room again. The story of the clown statue has become a popular urban legend across America, emphasizing the fear of those who lurk in plain sight. The clown, once a symbol of joy and laughter, has become the embodiment of horror and insecurity. Because evil people are using them for terrible crimes, there is nothing more terrifying than a character that should make us feel happy. Now, when mentioned, people only have fear and insecurity. The story is also a warning. Trust your insecurities. Because not everything that looks like a statue is harmless. It is something that is watching you from the dark. Everything in the dark is scary. Because you will not be able to know what scary things will happen. If you find my story interesting, please like and subscribe to wait for our better stories every day. True Home Alone horror stories. The Williams family decided to move into a cheap old house that Mr. Williams had just bought from an unknown broker. When the Williams family first moved into the old house in Savannah, Georgia, they had no idea they were walking into a nightmare. The house was isolated in a dense forest, covered with vines and old trees. From the first day they moved in, the family felt something was wrong. The air in the house was always damp and heavy, even though the windows were always open to let in the light. The wooden floor creaked under every step as if something was lurking from below. When Sarah, her 8-year-old daughter, went up to the attic, she accidentally discovered an old music box stuffed into the corner of the wall. The box's surface was burned black, and on the lid was a picture of a little girl with a pale face and empty eyes. Despite the rusted mechanism, Sarah opened the box curiously. But instead of music, a cold wind blew from inside the box against her face, making her shiver. That night, the whole family was awakened by the sound of music coming from the music box. Despite David's careful inspection and knowing that it was not working, the eerie melody continued to echo throughout the house. When David and his wife ran up to the attic, they were horrified to find the music box spinning on its own. And, even more strangely, the cooing of a child could be heard coming from inside. The music became even colder and more piercing the next night. Sarah also began to act strangely. She would stand motionless in front of the mirror for hours, sometimes whispering strange things. She told me she was lonely. I have to help her find her mother. One night, Sarah told her parents, "She doesn't like you here. She says you have to go." But no one cared about the little girl's words. When the family doesn't leave, the supernatural phenomena escalate. At first, it's small things, lights flickering constantly. The closet doors opened by themselves, and the pictures on the wall were turned upside down. But then, things got worse. One night, Sarah disappeared from her bedroom. David and his wife found her sitting in the attic, facing the open music box. Sarah pointed to the corner of the room and said, "She's standing right there, Dad. Can't you see her?" David looked and felt goosebumps rise on his skin. In the dark corner, he could vaguely see a small figure, a little girl with empty eyes and a wild smile. He quickly carried Sarah downstairs, but an invisible hand pulled the music box closer, causing it to open its lid and play a creepy music. The next day, David invited an exorcist to his house. As soon as the exorcist entered, he immediately shuddered. "This house is cursed, and the spirit doesn't want to leave." During the exorcism, things took a terrible turn. A strong wind blew out all the windows, even though there was no storm outside. The music box started to play automatically, and its melody gradually turned into a mournful cry. Suddenly, Sarah cried out and said in a different voice, "They abandoned me. Don't let them abandon me again." The little girl's face twisted, her eyes turned white, and a savage laugh rang out from her mouth. The exorcist shouted, "The soul of this child has been imprisoned in the music box. It is not simply an object, it is a curse from death." On their last night in the house, the Williams family knew they were running out of time. The ghost of the little girl was becoming more and more visible, her footsteps echoing down the hallways. Sarah said that the little girl wanted to go into the bedroom with them. As the family packed up to leave, the music box opened by itself one last time. The shrill music echoed throughout the house, accompanied by crying and screaming. The furniture in the house shook crazily, and from the mirror, the figure of the little girl with empty eyes appeared, slowly outside. The family ran to the car, but Sarah suddenly collapsed as soon as they stepped out the door. She stared into space and whispered, "She's here, right next to me." David panicked, pulled his daughter into the car, and sped off into the night. As the car sped away, they looked back in the rearview mirror and saw the little girl standing in front of the house, still holding the spinning music box. The Williams family never returned to that house. They moved away, but Sarah was never the same innocent girl again. She would talk to someone invisible and still hear the melody from the music box every night, even though it had been left behind. One day, when David walked into Sarah's room, he found her sitting in front of a new music box that they had never bought. She turned to him and whispered, "Daddy, she found me." And the music box started spinning again, playing that familiar creepy tune. In 2021, Thomas Miller, a well-known collector of antique watches, purchased a strange watch from a mobile garage sale in the suburbs of New Orleans. Thomas was fascinated by items with mysterious histories, and as soon as he saw this watch, he knew he had found something unique. It was a grandfather clock with a jet black dial, framed in a dark wooden frame covered in ancient, incomprehensible symbols. Its glass was cracked, as if something had tried to escape from within. Although the seller warned that the watch does not keep normal time, Thomas took it as a joke, which only added to his excitement. He took the clock home and hung it in the attic, where he kept dozens of other antique clocks. But from the very first night, the peace in Thomas's house was shattered. At 3 Lemme, Thomas woke up to a soft tapping sound coming from the attic. It sounded like someone was trying to tap from inside the clock. He tried to ignore it and thought it was just the wind or the creaking sound of wood. But the sound kept repeating itself every night, right at 3 am, and he started to feel that something was very strange. One night, Thomas couldn't stand it anymore and decided to go upstairs to check. When he went up, he saw the face of the grandfather clock was wide open. The cracked glass cracked even more, as if a hand from within had pushed it apart. The clock ticked slowly, but strangely, every time the second hand moved, Thomas felt a part of his memory being eroded. A few days later, Thomas began to experience gaps in his memory. Sometimes he forgets what he was doing just a few minutes ago. Sometimes he found himself standing in the attic without remembering when he got there. But what was even more terrifying was that he began to see strange events. Some of the clocks in his house ran backwards, while others stopped at exactly 3 a.m. One night, when Thomas woke up to get a drink of water, he saw his reflection in the mirror, but the mirror's counterpart moved a beat slower than his, as if time had been stretched. His reflection in the mirror even smiled strangely, even though he wasn't smiling. Panicked, Thomas contacted an antiques expert, hoping to learn more about the watch. After studying it, the expert warned that this watch was more than just a timepiece. It was a tool for imprisoning souls. Every time the clock runs, it steals time and memories from its owner until their soul is trapped inside forever. Thomas panicked even more upon hearing this, for he now understood why the watch's crystal had cracked. The previous owners had tried to escape but had failed. That night, Thomas decided to take the clock down and destroy it. But as soon as he put his hand on the face of the clock, the hand suddenly spun wildly, making a whistling sound and causing the lights in the house to flicker. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him. Thomas woke up at 3 am. He found himself standing in the attic, but everything in the house seemed to have changed. The clocks around him stopped ticking, and in the dead silence, he heard the raucous laughter of the grandfather clock. When he looked at the clock face, Thomas saw himself reflected in it. But his face was old and distorted, as if decades had passed. He realized with horror that his time had been stolen, and he was now a ghost trapped in the face of the clock. Thomas was never seen again. His house was abandoned, and those who dared to enter reported hearing a strange ticking sound at exactly 3 a.m. every night. Others claimed to have seen Thomas's face reflected in old clocks, as if he were calling for help from another world. The mobile vending cart where Thomas bought the watch has also disappeared without a trace. And now, rumors are circulating that the watch is still waiting for its next owner, someone who will take it home and unleash a never-ending nightmare. In the fall of 2015, Daniel, a young man, moves into his grandmother's old house in Virginia after she passes away. This house was built in the early 20th century and is located in the suburbs, surrounded by only a few scattered houses. From the moment he entered the house, Daniel felt a heavy atmosphere, as if something was lurking within the old walls. Daniel's grandmother had lived here alone for many years, and she never let anyone into the attic. But Daniel, with his curiosity, decided to explore every corner of the house, starting with the mysterious attic that his grandmother always kept secret. As Daniel climbed up to the attic, he had to use all his strength to open the heavy old door, causing the creaking sound to echo throughout the house. The attic was dark and cold, with cobwebs everywhere. Amidst the clutter, a wooden chest was stuffed deep into a dark corner, as if it had been intentionally hidden. He pulled the chest out and opened it. Inside, the first thing that caught his eye was a large portrait of a woman in a black dress. But her face was scratched off. The lines were so deep and distorted that it was impossible to recognize who it was. Daniel felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the portrait, but he still thought it was just a damaged ancient painting. After putting the portrait aside, Daniel went downstairs. That night, the nightmare began. At around 2:30 a.m., Daniel was awakened by the sound of heavy footsteps walking back and forth across the ceiling just above his bedroom. The footsteps were steady and deliberate, as if someone were patrolling the attic. Daniel sat up, his heart pounding. He listened in fear and told himself that the old house could make strange sounds. But the next night, things got even more terrifying. The footsteps didn't stop at the ceiling. They started coming down the stairs, step by step. The footsteps were slow and heavy, echoing in the silent night. Daniel felt his whole body stiffen. He turned on the bedroom light, but there was no one else in the house. The footsteps continued to echo, getting closer to the door. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened. And a cold air rushed in, carrying with it a musty and putrid smell. As Daniel sat on the bed in a panic, he saw a figure appear in the darkness in the corner of the room. It was a woman in a black dress, just like the portrait. But the horrifying thing was that her face was blank, just a blank white space. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Her thin arms hung limply at her sides, while a hoarse breathing sounded faintly from somewhere. She walked closer to Daniel, each step a heavy sound that pounded his mind. The musty smell grew stronger, making him want to suffocate. When the woman was only a few steps away, she stopped and whispered in a cold voice, "Where is my face?" Daniel felt his throat close up. He couldn't scream, couldn't move. His body was frozen in terror. The woman reached up, touched her blank face, then slowly reached out toward Daniel as if to take his face away. In a panic, Daniel jumped up and rushed out of the room. He took nothing but the pajamas he was wearing. The footsteps of the faceless woman echoed behind him. Following her every step as if she had no intention of stopping. Daniel ran down the stairs, feeling as if the darkness in the house was suffocating him. As he flung open the front door and rushed out. The cold wind whipped at his face, but he didn't stop. He jumped into his car and sped off into the night, not daring to look back once. In the rearview mirror, he swore he saw the shadow of the woman standing in front of the house, staring after him, her blank face a silent threat. Daniel never returned to his grandmother's house. He rented a new apartment in the city, trying to forget everything that had happened. But the obsession did not let him go. Every night at 2:30 in the morning, he still heard footsteps walking across the ceiling. Sometimes he would look in the mirror and feel like his face was distorted, as if someone was trying to erase it. One day, Daniel receives a call from his grandmother's old neighbor, who says that his grandmother had also encountered the faceless woman and that she had scratched the portrait in an attempt to keep her spirit from returning. But the curse in the attic never goes away. It just passes on to the next owner. Daniel knew that the faceless woman would not stop until she had his face. He began to lose control, gradually feeling like his face was being erased in the mirror every day. Even though he had left that house, the ghost of the woman still followed him, waiting for the right moment to replace her lost face. One rainy night, Daniel looked into the mirror and saw his face completely gone. Reflected in the mirror was a faceless woman with her arms outstretched, laughing in the darkness. Daniel became the next victim of the curse in the attic. In the fall of 1900, in the small town of Briar Hollow, there was a legend that few people still talked about. Train number 1900 had mysteriously disappeared decades earlier, along with all its passengers. No one knew why. But on foggy nights, locals swear they can hear the train whistle echoing in the distance, as if the train is still gliding through space, never to arrive. Thomas Harlan, a young ticket inspector who has just arrived at Briar Hollow Station, does not believe in the ancient legends. However, the townspeople had warned him never to board trains that were not scheduled on dark nights, especially when fog had blanketed the station. But Thomas, with his youthful curiosity, thought that this was just a rumor to scare newcomers. One night, while working the late shift, Thomas received a strange message via telegraph. A special train would stop at midnight. He found it strange because there was no record of this train. But because of his job responsibilities, he waited, despite his doubts. As predicted, at midnight, an old train emerged from the thick fog. The dim light from the oil lamps reflected through the windows, making the train seem like it had just come from another world. The whole scene was eerie and gloomy. The old machine made strange creaking sounds, as if it did not belong to this era. Thomas stepped out onto the platform to check, his eyes glued to the train. The darkness prevented him from seeing inside, but strangely, there were no voices, no passengers getting off the train. The train doors opened slowly, emitting an eerie creaking sound. Everything was so quiet that Thomas could hear his heart beating in his chest. He boarded the train with some trepidation and began checking each compartment. At first, everything seemed normal, just empty rows of seats, a little dusty. But when he got to the third compartment, he began to realize that something was wrong. There were suitcases, coats, and hats on each seat, but no people. Those personal belongings seemed to have been abandoned in the panic. Thomas walked to the next car, feeling an eerie chill. A strong, musty smell filled the air, along with a slight stench, as if something had long since rotted. He shivered slightly, walking slowly towards the door at the end of the car. When the door opened, a horrifying sight appeared before my eyes. The passengers sat there, but they were all motionless, their skin as pale as corpses. Their eyes were wide with horror, as if they had seen something terrible before they took their last breath. They did not move, but their eyes seemed to follow him. Panic gripped Thomas. He turned to run from the train, but the doors behind him had already closed. Murmurs filled the air, broken whispers. He tried to listen, but only caught vague whispers, as if the ghostly passengers were talking to each other. The train suddenly moved. Thomas stumbled and fell to the floor. He looked out the window in horror, watching the train move along, across vast meadows and over hills. But strangely, he could no longer recognize the outside world. Instead of Briar Hollow, he saw only black forests, the trees stretching out their branches in strange shapes as if trying to cling to the train. A groan came from the front of the car. Thomas gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, and continued to walk towards the front of the train, where he believed the conductor could help him. But when he got there, he saw a figure in a black cloak standing in front of the cabin. The conductor turned around, and Thomas felt his eyes deep, empty, and lifeless. He said nothing, just pointed to the dashboard with a long-stopped clock, the hands stationary at 12. Thomas stepped back, realizing that this was no ordinary train. This was train number 1900, the legendary lost train, but it never stopped. Suddenly, the lights in the train flickered and went out. Everything was plunged into darkness. Footsteps sounded closer. But this time, it wasn't Thomas's. Shadowy figures were coming toward him from the darkness. The ghostly passengers had come back to life, and they wanted a new companion. Thomas felt extreme fear, trying to escape from this nightmare, but the train kept moving, gliding through space and time, never stopping. In the darkness, wild laughter rang out. Mixed with the sound of the wheels grinding on the tracks, as a reminder that the ghost train will forever pass through the forgotten lands, never to stop. And from that night, no one has seen Thomas Harlan again. Occasionally, the people of Briar Hollow still hear the train whistle blowing through the thick fog, and they know that the 1900 train continues its journey, carrying the souls imprisoned forever. True Home Alone horror stories. Maria is a young woman living in Los Angeles, a busy and energetic city. She loves the hustle and bustle of life here, but after a long day of stressful work at the office, she often looks for quiet places to relax. Griffith Park is Maria's favorite destination. Located in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, this park brings a sense of peace, covered with vast forests. deserted trails and open spaces of natural land. Maria often jogs in the park in the evening. It is the most peaceful time of the day for her, when the sounds of the city gradually fade away, leaving only the wind blowing through the trees and the gentle footsteps on the dirt path. Running not only helps her relieve stress, but also helps her stay healthy. Griffith Park is a place where she can temporarily escape the hustle and bustle of Los Angeles. One night, Maria decided to go for a run later than usual. Work at the office had taken longer than expected, causing her to leave work late. It was dusk by the time she reached the park. The cool autumn air and the dim lights in the distance made the atmosphere a little gloomy, but Maria didn't mind. She was used to this park and felt safe. Her footsteps lightly brushed along the path, the crunch of dry leaves under her feet echoing in the quiet space. Everything was normal like any other day, until Maria felt something strange. She felt like someone was watching her. The feeling was not clear at first, but gradually it became heavier. Her natural instinct made her stop, turn around, and look around, but she saw nothing but darkness and silent bushes. Maria felt a little nervous, but tried to calm herself down. It's probably just a feeling, she thought, and continued running. However, a few minutes later, the feeling of being followed returned, stronger this time. Every step she took seemed to be echoed by a small sound, as if someone was following her. This time, Maria turned around immediately, and her heart stopped when she saw a tall man standing about 20 meters away from her. He was dressed in black, not moving, just standing there, staring at her. Maria panicked, trying to calm herself. She thought about screaming or running faster, but she didn't want to cause panic and confusion. Maybe it was just someone walking around at night like her. She turned and ran again, but this time her heart was pounding. Her breathing was faster. She ran faster, hoping to leave the park sooner than usual. Maria is a young woman living in Los Angeles, a busy and energetic city. She loves the hustle and bustle of life here, but after a long day of stressful work at the office, she often looks for quiet places to relax. Griffith Park is Maria's favorite destination. Located in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, this park brings a sense of peace, covered with vast forests, deserted trails, and open spaces of natural land. The mysterious man's figure disappeared strangely. Maria stood still, not understanding what was happening. The wind blew gently through the rustling branches. The surrounding space became colder, making her feel unsafe. Maria decided not to continue running. She slowly walked off the path and quickly walked towards the parking lot. But the closer she got to the exit, the more she felt like someone was following her. The footsteps continued to echo, even though Maria could not see anyone. As she exited the trail and entered the parking lot, Maria turned around one last time. She couldn't believe her eyes. The man in black appeared again, this time standing right in the middle of the trail, just a few dozen meters away from her. His face was still unclear in the darkness, but Maria sensed something dark and evil emanating from him. Panicking, Maria jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. She quickly started the car, feeling uneasy. As the car started moving, she looked back in the rearview mirror and saw the man's figure disappear again, as if he had never existed. Maria's whole body trembled, and she knew that what she had just experienced was not normal. After returning home, Maria tried to forget this strange incident at Griffith Park. She told a few friends about it, but no one believed her completely. They thought it was just a prank or a haunting feeling due to fatigue. However, Maria could not get the image of that man and the feeling of being followed away. Soon, Maria decided to investigate Griffith Park and the ghost stories surrounding it. She discovered that the park had been the site of many mysterious events, including murders and accidents. One of the most haunting stories was about a tramp who was brutally murdered in the park many years ago. It is said that his spirit still roams the area, especially on dark nights when the park is most deserted. Maria couldn't help but think of the man in black she had seen. Perhaps it was the spirit of that wanderer, forever restless, and continued to wander Griffith Park in search of release. After that night, Maria never dared to return to the park alone at night. What she had experienced was a reminder that there are things that cannot be explained by reason and science, and that this world still has many terrifying mysteries that we do not know. For Maria, it was more than just an encounter. It was a terrifying supernatural experience that she would never forget. Griffith Park, with its natural beauty and tranquility during the day, became a place she did not dare to set foot in at night. Jack is a middle-aged man living in Arizona, one of the states famous for its wild lands and endless highways. He is a lover of long car trips and always enjoys the feeling of freedom when driving through deserted roads, especially on Route 66, one of the historic roads of America. For Jack, there is nothing more enjoyable than a long road trip, enjoying his favorite music and admiring the scenery on both sides of the road. One winter evening, Jack decided to drive from Arizona to New Mexico to visit an old friend. The drive wasn't very long, but to experience Route 66 at night, Jack chose to take the deserted road instead of the busy highway. By the time he left home, it was getting dark, and the air outside was chilly. The landscape around Route 66 was eerily quiet, with rolling hills and scattered treetops exposed in the dim moonlight. Jack drove for an hour. Only the steady sound of the engine echoed in the silence. The road ahead was empty. Only occasionally a few cars going the opposite direction passed by. The feeling of being alone in the middle of the long road made Jack feel light and comfortable. However, as the night deepened, a sense of unease gradually appeared in his heart. Around midnight, Jack began to notice something strange. He kept hearing light tapping noises, as if someone was tapping on the car door from outside. At first, he thought it might be the sound of an engine or the wind, but the knocking grew louder and more regular. It was coming from the passenger door, and Jack couldn't help but turn to look. But there was no one there. The door was still closed, and darkness enveloped the glass. Jack felt a shiver run down his spine, but he told himself that he was just tired and imagining things. About 30 minutes later, as Jack drove down a quieter stretch of road, the knocking came again. This time, it was as clear as if someone was standing right outside the car window. Jack stopped the car and looked around, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. The night sky was still, except for the gentle wind blowing across the deserted fields beside the road. But there was something strange as soon as Jack turned off the engine. The air became unusually cold, as if the temperature had dropped sharply in just a few seconds. Jack felt uneasy. He decided not to check any further, started the car, and continued his journey. But the feeling of unease did not leave him. When he glanced in the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the distance, right by the side of the road, in the dim light of the headlights. Jack's heart beat faster, but when he stopped the car to take a closer look, the figure had disappeared. Jack continued driving, but the heavy, anxious feeling did not leave him. He tried to listen to music to distract himself, but thoughts of that shadow kept lingering in his head. Maybe he was imagining things, but some part of him could not shake the feeling that he was being watched. As the night deepened, the silence became eerily quiet. Around midnight, Jack drove through an empty land with dry, rocky mountains and low bushes on both sides. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw a woman standing in the middle of the road, wearing a long white dress. She didn't move, just stood still, facing his car. Jack quickly stepped on the brakes, stopping the car just a few meters away from the woman. He could clearly see her through the headlights. Her face was pale and cold. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. Jack's heart pounded. He didn't know what to do. She didn't wave, didn't say anything, just stood there like a statue. His instincts told him not to get out of the car, but he couldn't just sit there. After a few minutes of debating, Jack decided to get out and ask if she needed help. As Jack opened the door and stepped out, a cold wind blew past. He approached the girl, but just a few steps away from reaching her, the woman suddenly disappeared, as if melting into thin air. Jack frantically turned his head to look around, but she had completely disappeared without a trace. His whole body turned cold, and he felt an invisible fear envelop him. Not wanting to stay in this place any longer, Jack quickly got back into the car, slammed the door shut, and stepped on the gas. The car sped away at high speed, but his mind was still filled with the image of that woman. What had happened? Had he encountered a real ghost? Or was it all just a figment of his imagination? Jack didn't dare look back in the rearview mirror. He just focused on driving and hoped to get to safety soon. But every time he glanced at the seat next to him, he had the feeling that someone was sitting there, staring at him. The next morning, when he arrived in New Mexico, Jack told his story to his friend. His friend listened quietly and smiled, saying to him, "Route 66 has a lot of ghost stories, especially that stretch of road. Many years ago, a woman died in a car accident on that stretch of road. It is said that her ghost still roams there, and people who pass by at night will see her." Jack shivered. He realized that what he had experienced was not a mistake or a figment of his imagination. The shadow and the woman on the road were not natural phenomena. He had truly encountered something supernatural, a ghost on Route 66. From that day on, Jack never dared to drive alone at night on Route 66 again. The memories of the woman in the white dress still haunted him, and every time he thought about it, he felt a cold fear creeping into his heart, just like that fateful night. Route 66, a road full of history, now carried with it, for Jack, terrifying mysteries that he would never forget. Tom is a middle-aged man living in a small, quiet town in Texas. He works for a construction company and often travels between neighborhoods to manage projects. Due to his busy work schedule, Tom often has to drive on deserted roads at night. For him, driving through vast expanses of land, surrounded by rolling grasslands and rolling hills, is nothing new. The endless Texas roads with the starry night sky give him a sense of comfort and freedom. One evening, after finishing work in a town about 3 hours' drive away, Tom decided to return home that night. The drive was long and lonely, but Tom was used to such journeys. By the time he left town, it was completely dark. Only the headlights of his car illuminated the road, and everything else was pitch black. Tom turned on the radio to ease the eerie silence, but the weak signal made the static even more eerie. After about an hour of driving, the road ahead became deserted. There were no houses or signs of life around, just vast stretches of deserted fields. Suddenly, Tom saw a dark figure appear on the side of the road ahead. As he got closer, he realized it was a man, standing right on the side of the road, waving his arms as if asking for a ride. The man was quite tall, wearing a long black coat and a wide-brimmed hat that hid most of his face. Tom slowed down slowly, the car gradually stopping just a few meters away from the man. He looked more closely through the windshield, but something made him hesitate. The man stood still, his eyes never leaving Tom, but he did not move closer to the car. For a few short seconds, Tom felt a surge of unease. He wondered if he should help this man or not, but the feeling of invisible danger made him decide not to get out of the car. Tom rolled down the window a little, enough to speak to the man without leaving the safety of the car. "Do you need any help?" Tom asked, his voice echoing in the silence. The man didn't answer right away. Instead, he stood still for a long moment, his eyes still fixed on Tom. The silence stretched on, making the atmosphere heavy. Finally, the man muttered something that Tom couldn't quite make out. His voice was deep and seemed to come from far away, despite the close distance between them. Tom felt a wave of fear wash over him. He decided not to prolong the conversation. "Sorry, I have to go," Tom said quickly, then rolled up the window, started the car, and drove away. Tom's car sped off into the darkness, leaving the man standing silently on the side of the road. His heart pounded in his chest, as if he had just escaped something very bad. However, after driving a short distance, he began to question himself. Perhaps he had been too sensitive and let unnecessary fear take over. Perhaps the man just needed help, and he had missed the opportunity to help someone in need. But it wasn't long before Tom noticed something else. When he glanced in the rearview mirror, he saw an image that made his blood run cold. The man in the black coat was still standing there, but this time he wasn't standing on the side of the road. He was in the middle of the road, not far from his car. Even though Tom's car had already traveled quite a distance, the man's image was so clear that it was as if he had just teleported there. But it wasn't long before Tom noticed something else. When he touched in the rearview mirror, he saw an image that made his blood run cold. The man in the black coat was still standing there, but this time he wasn't standing on the side of the road. He was in the middle of the road, not far from his car. Even though Tom's car had already traveled quite a distance, the man's image was so clear that it was as if he had just teleported there. About half an hour later, Tom stopped at a small gas station on the side of the road. He felt the need to stop to calm down. The gas station was in the middle of nowhere, with only a few dim lights illuminating it. Tom stepped out of the car, feeling cold even though the night air wasn't that cold. As he entered the convenience store inside the gas station, the clerk behind the counter gave him a strange look. "You seem nervous," the clerk said, his voice tinged with concern. Tom shook his head, trying to suppress the fear in his heart. "I just saw a man standing on the side of the road, but he disappeared," Tom said, not wanting to go into details, but feeling the need to share a little to dispel his unease. The clerk fell silent, his face tense. "The man on the side of the road?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. "You're not the first to mention this." Tom was surprised. "What are you talking about?" The employee lowered his voice, moved closer and said, "I have worked at this gas station for many years, and many drivers have told me about a mysterious man on the side of the road on this stretch of road. They all described him wearing a black coat, standing there waving his hands, and when they looked back, he disappeared. Some people say he is the ghost of someone who had an accident here many years ago. But what happened to him, no one knows." Tom felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to the clerk's words. What he had just experienced was not just his own imagination, but perhaps something strange had really happened on this stretch of road. He left the gas station with a heavy heart and continued driving home. For the rest of the journey, Tom could not stop thinking about the man on the side of the road. Even though he tried to push that image out of his mind, the fear still haunted him, as if there was a dark shadow following his every step. When he got home, Tom didn't dare tell anyone the story, fearing that they would think he was paranoid. But from then on, every time he drove down the deserted road at night, Tom always felt an invisible presence watching him. The dark nights on the Texas highway were no longer as peaceful as they used to be, and the man by the side of the road, with his mysterious eyes and inexplicable presence, still haunted Tom's mind. The ghost of that stretch of road, whether real or just an urban legend, has become part of the horror stories in the minds of nighttime drivers. And Tom, like many others, has become part of that story. If you find it interesting, please like and subscribe to wait for the next videos. If you find my story interesting, please like and subscribe to wait for more interesting stories.